Oh, that's good. Ready? Ready? Okay. Morning, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing this meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Board Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
our Board Secretary, Cheryl Howard Gaston,
President, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Michael Johns,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Taya Wynn. She should be here very shortly. And our Board Member, Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also here is our attorney, Hillary Emerson, our zoning board director, Ian Haggerty, and our board administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. Recording of the hearing will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote capabilities. Whether remote or in person, if you're called to speak, you must state and spell your name, then wait to be sworn in. Once you've been sworn in, please state your name each time before beginning your testimony. Any person may enter an appearance to become an interested party to a case. There are 3 ways to enter your appearance. You can identify the case property address on your Zoom webinar. You can see a staff member, or you can call the ZBA appearance line by the close of business tomorrow. Call 267-270-5548. Leave a message that includes your email address and the address of the property of the appeal case. Following guidance is for our remote attendees. When directed, you must raise your virtual hand in order to be recognized. If you're called to testify, you'll be prompted to join as a panelist. Please accept the request and turn on your camera. The webinar Q&A is for questions about the hearing. Do not comment on cases in the Q&A. And fourth, if you're participating by phone, press star 9 to raise your hand and star 6 to unmute. In-person attendees, please refrain from talking, eating, or drinking during the hearing. Verbal and physical aggression will not be tolerated. Restrooms are across from the elevators. A water fountain is just outside the room to the right. When speaking on the record, you must speak directly into the microphone in order to be heard by all attendees and the court reporter. In the event of emergency, please follow the directions given over the public address system or by the staff. The main exit is through the double doors at the rear of the room. The nearest stairwell is to the left outside the doors. In case of evacuation, the rally point is Love Park, directly across Arch Street. Please remain there so we can account for you. So let's look at our schedule for today. Number 7, MI 2025-004-680, 5830 Whitby Avenue. Henry Dorval is the owner applicant. There's a request for continuance from Councilmember Gauthier, and there's also a request from a near neighbor for a continuance. Mr. Dorval.
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Okay.
He is in the Zoom, Mr. Chair. Mr. Dorval, can you please raise your hand so we can promote you to panelist?
Mr. Dorval.
Henry Duval, can you please unmute yourself?
Do we think he's having a hard time with this?
Yes, it might be technical difficulties.
Mhm.
He has been promoted.
All right, thank you.
Oh, now he's unmuted.
Pardon me?
Now he's unmuted. Mr. Dorval?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Dorval. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Henry Dorval, HenryDorval.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Deval, we have a request from the continuance from a neighbor and also the council person relative to this case. Would you agree to this continuance?
Oh, yes, sir, if we have to, yeah.
Well, so just to clarify, Mr. Doral, so there were concerns raised that this property was not posted in time to be posted 21 days prior to the hearing date. Was this property posted prior to February 5th?
Uh, I don't believe so because we had some problem with the weather during those past during the weeks prior to the post. I believe everything was mailed on the 3rd, I believe, and then it was posted on the same day. So they probably received the notice on the 5th. But due to the weather, I wasn't able to get over there to get this thing done. I think we may have missed a few days because of the weather.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
Okay.
right.
All right. So, Mr. Deval, we're going to continue this case, okay?
Thank you,
Um,
sir.
And if you have any questions about process at all, just call us before the next hearing. So MI 2025-004-680-5830 Whitby Avenue. This case is continued to June 17th at 9:30 a.m.
But I do have a question.
Yes.
Okay, now since everybody already have their letters, is it necessary to email the letters again?
Why don't you do this? Why don't you call the office and they'll explain everything to you, okay? So
You have a
that way
number by any chance?
you'll be
Oh.
prepared, okay? Thank you.
Okay, sir. Mhm.
Number 9, MI 2025-004-799-2425 West Norris Street. This case is continued to June 17th at 9:30 a.m. Number 11, MI 2025-004-807-6227 Catherine Street. That case is continued to June 17th at 9:30 a.m. And number 12, MI 2025-004-933-229 West Hazard Street. That case is continued to June 17th at 9:30 a.m. We still have a few cases that we do not have exhibits. Within 1 minute. Number 5, MI 2025-001-237-9864 Frankfurt Avenue. Euthan Kozak and Anna Samalik are the applicants. We need documents to proceed. Do we see anyone in the audience?
Zephyrdor is being promoted.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, sir. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yevhen Kozhikar, Yevhen, last name Kozhukhar.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Sir, when we look through your documents, we do not see any exterior or interior photos. We do not see a proof of posting, and we don't have a proof of tax compliance. Are you aware that there were things that you did not send in?
Yes, I uploaded the text compliance this morning. Honestly, I missed the email. I'm so sorry. I did have a meeting with everybody, and they voted for me to put the garage doors back on. So, that's what I was kind of figured. This was an issue first time that ever happened to me. I used it as a gym. I don't know if you guys seen it in the notes.
Yeah.
So
Sir, did you post the property as required for today's hearing?
With like a picture and a little post with the letter? I did not.
No, there was a poster that was mailed to you from the zoning board that you needed to post at the property prior to the hearing. If you did not post that, we cannot have the hearing today.
Okay. Honestly, I never got the poster because I looked everywhere after I emailed the letters. Um, I never got it.
Okay. Well,
So
go ahead,
can I ask
Mr.
the
Chair.
question? So you're saying you put back the garage doors?
No, I did not yet. That's what
Okay, all right.
the
But you,
I had
but you, like, I think the question is, do you intend to go on with your appeal?
um if I have a chance, yes.
Sure, okay,
If
all right,
if
okay. All
not,
right, so listen to me. So MI 2025-001-237-9864 Frankfurt Avenue. This will be continued to June 17th at 9:30 a.m. And if you have any questions about what to send in and things like that, feel free to call the office, okay?
I will do that today. Thank you very much.
And Mr. Kojakar, this is Ian Hegarty, Executive Director. Yeah, please do call us because we need to make sure that we have the right contact information for you. If you didn't receive the poster, we want to make sure we have the right information. Okay?
Yes, I will do.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right, so number 8, MI 2025-004-782, 6021 Delancey Street. We have no exhibits. This is the first listing. Albert Felix is the listed owner, and the listed applicant is Dana Ottey, Ottey. Do we see anyone in the audience? Albert
No,
Felix?
Chair.
Do we see anyone?
No, I don't see any hands, Chair.
Okay, so number 8, MI 2025-004-782, 6021 Delancey Street. The case is continued to June 17th at 9:30 a.m. Mark must be heard. And number 10, MI 2025-004-801, 3344 to 52 North 10th Street. This is the first listing. DY Properties LLC. Meir Yosef is the listed applicant. Okay, put that next to you, please.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yosef Meir, Yosef Meir, Meir.
All right, so two things. One is, who's the owner of the property?
I'm the owner, my company.
Well, okay, so your company owns it and you own it together?
Yes,
Right,
and
so we need an attorney, am I right, Hillary?
yeah, this is what I want to continue on because.
Oh, you want to continue it?
Please, yes.
Okay, good. Thank you very much for,
Thank you.
for coming in to tell us that. So MI
So they're
2025.
here.
Pardon me?
They put the deliver the furniture. So let's get let's put you in the kitchen.
Michael, maybe he's cooking breakfast, maybe we're gonna, no, little humor. All right, so MI 2025-004-801, 3344 to 52 North 10th Street. This case is continued to June 17th at 9:30 a.m. And sir, thank you very much for coming down. We
Thank you
appreciate it.
very much.
Right.
Thank you.
We're going to go to our add-ons. Number 1, MI 2025-002-368, 4821 Garden Street. The vote on this will be held on 2/25 at 9:30 a.m. Number 2, MI 2024-005-847, 7335 Montier Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Okay, so number 3, 6930 Ardley Street, Christina Christall is the applicant. This is a nunc-pro-tunc hearing only. We have Leonard Reuter, Alan Nachumson, and David Orphanides, I believe, may be involved.
Yes, it's my understanding, Mr. Chair, that David Orphanides is now representing the appellant in this matter.
Good morning, Your Honor. I was in court yesterday. Yeah, still, yes. Mr. Chair. Alan Nachumson, Alan, last name Nachumson, Nochum.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Reuter?
Sure. Good morning. May it please the board. Leonard F. Reuter, Reuter, Senior Attorney, City of Philadelphia.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Orphanides, are you here?
I am, Mr. Chairman.
Could you please state your name and spell it for the court stenographer?
Certainly. David Orphanides. The last name is spelled Orphanides.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
So before we start, the nunc-pro-tunc hearing for 6930 Ardley Street has been rescheduled to today. The sole purpose of this hearing will be to determine whether there were circumstances that prevented the applicant, Christina Christall, from filing a timely appeal of zoning permit ZB 2025-007-014, and whether those circumstances justify the board accepting the appeal at a later date. There will be no discussion of other preliminary issues or merits of the appeal. The hearing will be limited to oral arguments by the parties unless a party has specific evidence that they wish to introduce to support their argument. As the party that filed the appeal, Ms. Christall, will speak first.
That's
Mr. Orphanides.
That would be me.
Then we'll be followed by Mr. Reuter, and the third and final party to speak will be Mr. Nachumson. If you have any questions about the procedure, please let us know. Why don't we start with you, Mr. Orphanides?
Certainly. May I share my screen?
Please.
Okay, thank you. Well, you can see that. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the boards. I am representing Christina Christou. I was just retained early yesterday. Apologize for the late submission of the materials that I'm showing right now on the screen. A brief housekeeping matter. My client, Christina, lives at 7015 Ardley Street, which is about half a block down from the subject premises, which is located at the corner of Ardley Street and East Sedgwick Street. You'll see in the appeal forms that Ms. Christou filed as Christina Christou et al. I understand that she can't obviously represent anybody. She's not an attorney. But she does live at 715 Ardley Street and lives at 715 Ardley Street with Richard Creamer. They own the property together. You can see that right here. I can show you that. So I would ask that the appellants, at the very least, be modified from Christina Christou to Christina Christou and Richard Creamer, being that they both live together. They're married. They own the property as tenants by the entirety, and they have similar interests in this matter. They did form an LLC, 6923 Neighbors LLC or 6930 Neighbors LLC in order to kind of protect and insulate them from possible legal action directly against them. I would ask that also be recognized as an appellant in this matter. They are the sole members, and I have included the documentation regarding that here in my exhibit package that I submitted. That is just the two of them. I understand that's a little bit unusual, but from a housekeeping matter, I just wanted to address the appellant status.
And
Let's talk about that right now. Go ahead.
Yeah, so
Hillary, you go first.
Mr. Orphanides, under the zoning code, only an individual or an organization can file an appeal against LNI.
I understand.
It needs to be either one person or the organization, and
Yeah.
it is the discretion of the board whether they are willing to recognize a change in appellant in this matter.
Okay. And when you say one person, I mean, could it be a couple, like in this case, that own this property together?
The code says individual.
Individual. Okay, I understand that.
So, Mr. Chair, I would object to any change in the petition non-protunct as that was submitted, in that, there is a time frame in which to file, any type of petition of this sort. So if there's any modifications of the parties and such, that would go towards the merits of the matter, and would further show why the petition should be denied. So I think it should stand on its own grounds that it's her et al., whether or not she could do et al., because it does go to the constructive notice, because she filed it on behalf of neighbors who may have also had notice of the zoning permit itself, which go to the merits of the petition on protunct. Thank you.
Mr. Reuter?
Thank you. With respect to adding additional appellants, I mean, we would, of course, agree with the board's counsel that it either has to be an individual or an organization, but not both. The city's in, I guess I understand the rationale of wanting to switch the appellant for an LLC or add an LLC for potential liability purposes. I mean, they have nothing to worry about from the city's perspective, but other than that, I'm not sure that it makes any difference. We would prefer that the appeal proceed under the original appellant's name. I mean, she's free to call, Mr. Orfanides free to call anybody they want to as a witness if they have relevant information to give. I don't see what purpose it serves to actually add additional individuals or the LLC as a party. So, again, we'll defer to the board's counsel on this, but the city's position is that we're not really sure what difference it makes.
Right, so we're going to stay with the original appellant,
Okay.
Christina Cristal.
Okay, Christo, yes, that is fine. I understand. Okay, so this is a non-protunct matter. For relief, generally you have to establish four things. One is non-negligent circumstances, prompt filing, no prejudice, and then some type of either testimony or documentation substantiating that. In this case, you're going to hear that a zoning permit was issued in September of 2025 for the subject property, 6930 Ardley Street. You are going to hear testimony not only from my client, from Richard Creamer, but from other neighbors, including one that lives directly across, owns a house and lives directly across the street, that the property has never been properly posted with a copy of the zoning permit. And I will show you a copy or provision from the zoning code that talks about the manner in which permits are supposed to be posted. You're basically supposed to be able to review a permit from the sidewalk without having to go onto the property. I'm going to show you photographs that show as of today, the only zoning permit is in the window. Other permits are in the windows, which are a considerable distance in from the sidewalk. So essentially, this property has never been properly posted. So effectively, in terms of the posting, providing constructive notice of the issuance of a permit, that 30-day period has never commenced.
Mr. Orfanides,
Yes.
so just to interrupt, so it was unclear when this appeal was filed, because it was
Yeah.
filed as a nunc-pro-tunc, not as please accept as timely based on constructive notice. Those are two different grounds. We are not having a hearing today on constructive notice. If that's the ground that it's being alleged that it's timely, then we will need to have a separate hearing, because we have allotted just time for the nunc-pro-tunc piece. But if what's actually being argued is that it was filed timely based on constructive notice of the permit, then we need to have a separate hearing for that.
Well, then that's what it would be, because it wasn't until a community group meeting with Eastmount area neighbors on December 15th or 16th, I believe, that my clients finally found out about it, that a permit had in fact been issued. And then within 30 days of that, actually on December 26th or 29th, they sent in their initial appeal. And then I have an email from Ian to my client showing that they accepted the appeal as having been filed on December 29th.
Okay.
So,
All right. So that in that case, we'll need to schedule this, because this will be a lengthy hearing if you're bringing on witnesses and that sort of thing. And we also want, in fairness to all parties, give them an opportunity to be prepared for a hearing on that basis.
Yeah, so there was no active or actual or constructive notice that outside of the time period that my clients filed their appeal.
Okay, all right, so then we will then get back.
Mr. Nakam, do you have anything to say? Or you want
I agree. This case all depends on actual and constructive notice, and we were intending to cross-examine the appellant and bring on my own client to show either actual or constructive notice.
How do you think, Leonard?
I think, as the city initially said, with respect to the non-protonc, the city didn't take a position on that because we didn't know what arguments the appellant had about whether there should have been a non-protonc hearing granted. By the same token, we also have no information or belief regarding the date of the posting of the permit or whether it was ever posted. So we also don't take any position on that. That's between the developer and the appellant, or the applicant and the appellant, and we'll just defer to the board's decision on that.
Sure.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I will say this. We were wavering back and forth of whether or not we are going to issue requests for the board to issue a subpoena as to correspondence with the appellant and neighbors, both email correspondence as well as text messaging between the appellant and other parties, which would potentially show actual and constructive notice. I don't know if we're going to do it, but I would bring it up now that we may do it. So I don't know what the board's position is. But under the Philadelphia Home Charter, Rule Charter, the board does have subpoena power under Article 2, Chapter 4, Section 2-401.
That is correct. If you would like to request a subpoena for witnesses or documents, please submit that to the board as soon as possible, and we will be back in touch regarding the hearing date for the issue of constructive notice.
I see Leonard has something to say here.
Sure. I just had a question, since it seems like we're all on the same page, except Mr. Whalen, who has his hand up, maybe, with respect to this being rescheduled. But my question is, so if, and this came up in the Hillcrest case, I think the way that was approached is that just got rolled into the case itself. I mean, I think you had a preliminary discussion about whether or not the permit was properly posted, and had, and then you just, you decided not to go forward with the rest of the case. So my question is like, if we're going to come back, do we need to prepare to go through the case in chief as well, or is it just going to be on the preliminary?
It's just going to be on the preliminary issue. I understand the Hillcrest case, we did the preliminary issue. Eventually that got reversed and it's been remanded back for hearing on the merits, but we are only going to, the hearing on the preliminary issue is going to be lengthy from what I can tell. We're just taking one thing at a time. The board will likely take that under advisement, make a decision, and then we'll go from there.
The only thing I would request is for maybe board counsel to reconsider that, because I expect either way there will be an appeal lodged of the board's decision. And I don't want to have a situation where we're talking about procedural aspects of it, gets tied up in the courts for like a year or two, and we never hear the substantive. I'd rather just have all issues on appeal decided at the same time. It will help the board as well administratively.
Well, if the problem is if the board decides to dismiss the appeal as being untimely, it cannot have a further hearing on the merits. That's a final decision of the board. If the board decides that the appeal was timely, then we will move to a hearing on the merits, and any issues regarding timeliness can be raised in the course of further appeals then.
Last point. The board's taken a position that the parties couldn't waive the issue of non-protonc. If the issue, and we could totally defer to the board on that issue. If the question now is simply constructive notice, is that waivable? I mean, I'm not suggesting they would, but just, we're going to have a few weeks now. Is it waivable at all? Like, could the city, for its part, could the city waive the issue of constructive notice and just say, yeah, fine, we'll agree that they can go forward with the appeal?
We can have further conversations about this off the record.
Okay.
And just real quickly, I did share the exhibits that I put together very quickly for today, and I did share them, Hillary, based upon your direction with the opposing counsel. I would ask that they similarly share their exhibits, or else I'll contact the board and secure copies from you.
Okay.
Of course, we'll of course share it, the exhibit.
Yes, there were no exhibits submitted today other than
Okay.
yours.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So 6930 Ardley Street. This case will be continued to March 17th at 9:30 a.m.
What was that date? I'm sorry.
March 17th
Okay.
at 9:30 a.m.
And is there an MI number for this case? I'm sorry.
There will be at that time. It had not been accepted up
Okay.
to this point, so there was no MI number.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, both of you, by the
Thank
way.
you.
All right, we're going to number one. MI 2025-000-993, 4242 West Style Street. Evan Shingles is the attorney. There is a letter of support from the West Philadelphia Carter Collaborative. There was a split in votes relative to
Not Ellen,
of the RCO. Mr. Shingles. Oh, I didn't see you come in. You snuck in behind me. You come in the other way. You come in the other way. She snuck in the other way.
Evan Shingles has been promoted to panelist.
Do we see anyone? Evan Shingles.
They have been promoted to panelists.
Thank you very much.
Evan Shingles, please unmute and turn your camera on. Chair, I'm not sure if they are having technical difficulties because I'm seeing the name multiple times and I'm promoting all to panelists, but no one is coming up.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'm so
Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
certainly.
Mr. Shingles, you're going to need to mute your other devices that are not the one that you're speaking into. Thank you.
Okay. Working on that. Can you hear me now?
I can. Please state your name and spell it for the stenographer.
Oh boy. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, right?
I can't hear a thing. Is it just
Okay.
doing feedback?
All right, so Mr. Shingles, what we're going to do, we're going to come back to you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Can you not hear me?
We're going to, he can't hear us, so.
I can hear you.
We're going to come back to you. Are you ready to go now?
I'm ready to go. Absolutely.
All right, sure. So could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Certainly. Good morning, Chairman and everybody. My name is Evan Shingles. I'm the attorney for 4639 Westminster LLC, and that's owned by my client, Malcolm Richards.
Could you spell your name for this stenographer?
SHINGLES.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Most certainly.
Okay, our vice chair has a few questions.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Good morning. I believe that my client submitted almost all of his documents timely. We received 2 letters of support a little bit late. I believe those been submitted within the past couple of days, and additionally, there was a tax clearance certificate. And I instructed my client to upload that as soon as he got it, which was yesterday. I believe he uploaded proof of payment as well.
Okay. All right. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
Okay. You can proceed with your case by sharing your screen.
Okay, thank you so much. Very simply, we're seeking a variance from a single-family household to a 2-family household. My client, Malcolm Richards, grew up in this very same neighborhood. He's not a developer. He's not a suburbanite. He's not from New York or Washington. He's from the neighborhood. And he was born and bred here. He purchased the property on November 10th of 2023. He walked past it all the time. He saw it was a blight on his neighborhood, and he thought he could fix it up and do so quite nicely for the neighborhood. He'll be renting.
Why don't you start sharing your documents? So then
Absolutely.
you could eventually get the photos and plans and we'll be able to see
You
it.
got it.
I mean, we have all your plans. So, I mean, we have everything you sent in. So,
Okay. So I just need to share my docs.
yeah.
Right. And Mr. Shingles, just to clarify, your client who you referenced, Mr. Richards, he is part of the entity that owns the property, 4639 Westminster LLC?
Yes, he's the sole owner of that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And I have a full list of my exhibits. And I'm hoping you can see them on my screen.
Yeah. Could you, that's it. That's better. Yep. So we have all your exhibits.
Okay. Would you like me to continue with my
So
presentation?
I think what you need to do now is show your photos and your
Okay.
plans for the building.
Okay, let's move on down. Let me show you the building as it exists, the shell that my client purchased. And here are these photos right here. And if you just let me get to the beginning, here we go. So these are interior photos of 4242 West Styles. Then you can see this is its present condition. And moving up to the construction plans, that would be Exhibit 8. Okay. And here are my client's construction plans. First, we have to make the property safe. And then moving down, we have included our.
So that's your plans, right?
These are the plans, yes, sir.
Yeah. So you might want to blow them up a little bit. So, and maybe can you turn it? Turn it. Well, that's good. So we'll take a look at what your plans.
You got it. Let me
And
start.
why don't you tell us what you think the plans look like here?
Okay. So this is obviously the overlay showing the entirety of the property. And these are the separate floors. This is the first floor plan. And in the middle now is the second floor plan. The plan is for 2 units, one on each floor of the property.
How many floors in the property? 2?
2.
I believe there are 3 floors.
Yeah, that's what I
Is one the basement?
Yeah. I thought I thought you originally showed 3, Council.
You know what? Let me see what's going. Is this one?
That was me. Yeah. Can you turn your screen? Can you turn your documents that?
Yeah.
You look at it? Why don't you try to do that?
Let's
There
try
you go.
that.
That's better. Yeah, that's it.
Malcolm, are there 33 floors?
Yeah, you can
3
barely
floors.
read it, but it
My
says first floor,
apologies.
second floor, third floor.
My apologies. 3 floors, 2 units, 3 floors.
So is the first unit on the first floor and then the second units on the second and third?
I believe my client can speak to that. Malcolm?
Or do you want to bring your client on so he can talk?
I would like to. Could he be included, please?
His name is Melvin?
Malcolm Richards.
Malcolm, please.
Malcolm Richards is being promoted to panelist.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, I am Malcolm Richards, MALCOLM RICHARDS.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Counsel, you want to start your
Malcolm, you heard the question about how construction is split on the property. Could you kindly speak to that? We understand
Okay.
there's 3 floors.
Sure. Yes, this is a three-story property. It has 3 floors in it, including a basement.
Well, you might want to talk about where the apartments are going, right? I mean, you got 3 floors, 2 apartments.
Okay, sorry. So yes,
No, you don't need to be sorry.
okay. Yeah, the first floor and the basement will be 1 unit, and then the second floor and third floor will also be 1 unit. So yeah, I'm looking to put 2 units in the building.
So here's the question. Do we have plans for the basement?
No, no plans. Just the laundry is going to be in the basement.
Oh, so there's no living space in the basement, you're saying?
No.
So the apartment is basically on the first floor.
The tenant will have access to the basement.
okay.
They
All
can
right.
store things there. They can other things that they like to do.
All right. Questions from the board?
Kind of hard
what's
to
your trash
comment
plan?
without plans. But
Are our plans in
go ahead, Jeanette. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was just asking about the trash for each tenant, trash storage.
Trash will be managed by trash cans that I plan to put at the property and make sure that they're there. I live around the corner, so any trash that, I'll be sure to make sure that trash is taken out. Through the process of buying it, I've been even making sure that my neighbor's trash is okay. She's been having issues with getting her trash out, so, I've been helping and I'm always on hand to make it happen.
So when you say storage, you're storing it on the side of the building, the back of the building?
On the front porch. Night before trash day. Nothing all over the streets, nothing touching my neighbor's house, anything like that.
Malcolm, will you have any storage
Space.
in the basement?
There will be storage space for the tenant that occupies the first floor, but it won't be storage space for trash in the basement. No. I personally feel like most duplexes and triplexes don't really hold trash inside their units, and people take their trash out day before trash day.
Yeah, but storing it on a porch, and when you have like so many residents there might be an issue. My other question is, do you know of any other duplexes on the block?
Yes, there are 2 triplexes across the street from me. There's also 2 more duplexes on the block.
If you permit me, Malcolm,
Yes.
will there be storage space in the basement for trash as opposed to keeping it outside on the porch?
I could certainly make arrangements for that. That sounds like a great idea.
So that's what we'll do.
Okay.
Respectfully.
Yes.
That would please the ZBA.
Absolutely.
My client is also
Any-
intent on.
Let's get straight. Any other questions?
Is there any plan that shows the layout for the basement?
No.
So what is your plan to use the basement for the first unit?
Okay. Yes. Again, the first floor tenant, they will have access to the basement, so they can use it for storing things if they need to store things, but it's generally just going to be a basement.
So you're trying to keep it as an unfinished basement for storage,
Yes.
possibly laundry.
Yes.
Okay. Are
What about
you
rear?
open to a proviso for no household living in the basement?
What was that question again?
Are you open to a proviso for no household living in the basement?
Proviso for no household?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Yeah, yes. Because I don't plan to have anybody living in the basement. The bedroom is going to be on the first floor.
Okay.
What about access to the rear yard?
The first floor tenant, they're going to have access to the rear yard only.
Mhm. And trash for the upper unit will be kept where?
Basement.
Trash for the upper unit.
In the
Before trash day.
Okay, so I plan to build something that's going to contain the trash, like we're talking about now. Their
If I
trash
may
is going to fall
interject.
within the same realms of the first floor unit trash stored on the property.
My client is perfectly willing to have both units store their trash in the basement until trash day.
So the second floor unit will be required to have access to the basement.
No.
No? I'm sorry.
Okay. So what's the plan?
Plan for trash would be to have my tenant manage their trash within their unit, and then on trash day, we'll take care of it.
All right.
My client would be willing to agree to any proviso as it pertains to a trash storage.
Do you have any comment from your adjacent neighbors that are directly adjacent to the property?
I have support from my next door neighbor. What's that? If I'm 42, she's 4240. She supports it. My other neighbor at 4244. She tells me about issue of cold air sweeping into her apartment, sweeping into her house. So, I was hoping, I could do the construction here and I could close this house up and help both my neighbors.
Okay.
To your question, my client has included a petition signed by members of the neighborhood. 1, 2, 3. It looks like about 6 neighbors. And that would include neighbors at 4216, 4214, 4227, 4231, 4233, and 4240, all of whom have signed this petition as exhibit. Exhibit 13.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. I just have a comment. It's a little hard to tell what you're trying to do from the plans that you're presenting to us. And there's mention of some kind of addition. Is there an addition that you were contemplating as part of this?
No addition at all. Those plans are make-safe plans. Evan, I believe that I sent you the other floor plans itself.
Okay. Can we see those again? Because it's a
Let
little
me.
hard to.
So there are proposed floor plans?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Where are they?
that would be very helpful.
That would be helpful.
Okay.
Malcolm.
Yes.
Where are they?
I'll send them over to you right now if I haven't sent it to you. I've sent them through the ZBA platform. They're there for sure, but let me check again and make sure that Evan has them.
Malcolm, when did you submit these plans to the ZBA?
I would say 2020, I would say like January 2024. I would, yeah, I would have to look at the paperwork again, but definitely about January 2024.
Well, the question is, did you supply them to the ZBA?
Yes, yes, I did.
And when did you supply them to the ZBA?
My latest
So here's
submission.
listen to me. You know, we can't go looking for plans that were submitted in January 24. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring you back for a resumptive hearing. And I want you to come back in ready to go with plans. All right. And
We do have plans.
You just told me you had plans from 2024. I don't see them. Right.
I
And
answered-
I don't have, well, I don't have the time to go looking for them. Okay. So
No,
you're going to
that's
have a
fine.
resumptive hearing, and the resumptive hearing will be on March 17th at 9:30 a.m. And come back and ready to go, and we'll finish this up. Okay.
Chairman, may I just ask, what plans are you looking for aside from the
I don't
ones?
know you. I'm talking to what he just told me, 2024.
The only plans we have are the ones that have been shared with the ZBA here. There are no other plans.
These are your floor plans?
Recording in progress.
I thought you said you,
There were proposed plans or proposed layout. Proposed layout plans. That's what I heard him say. I thought he said.
All right, I'm going to continue this, seriously.
Okay.
All right, we're going to move this to March 17th at 9:30. We got to move on, okay? Thank you, council, and come back ready to go. Number 2, MI 2025-001-198-6610 Ashbrook Avenue. Vern Anastasio is the attorney.
Vern Anastasio will be rejoining us as a panelist.
Morning, Mr. Chair.
Morning, council. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, sir. It's Vern Anastasio, Anastasio, on behalf of Mr. Joseph Smith.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Council, before we start, do you have proof of posting for this?
I do.
Okay, all right.
I could have my office send it over.
Sure, could you show it? Do you have it there as part of your package?
It may not be part of this particular exhibit packet.
Come back to him.
All right, here's Vern, listen to me. Why don't you get your office to find it? You have several cases. We'll move on to the other cases, and then we'll come back to that one, okay?
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure. All right, so number 3, MI 2025-001-202, 4810 Aspen Street. Vern,
That's
you're the
me.
counsel.
That's me.
Right, yep. Okay, want you identify your client in relationship to the property?
I'm Vern Anastasio for 4810 Aspen Street, Equity Adventures Advisory Group, LLC. Mr. Shahid Cole.
Sure, and our vice chair has a few questions.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
Okay. And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thanks. 4810 Aspen Street. I have got a 57-page exhibit binder. It's for group childcare in an existing structure. And as you can see, the refusal dated 23 of January 2025. Everything went blank, right? One of those days. Excuse me, I have to stop sharing for a moment
Sure.
and reshare.
There, I see something there. All right, never mind. Go
And
ahead.
that's not it. These are all my cases up to date. Apologies. Just 1 second, please. Okay, that should work. Right, there we go.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. It's one large building on Aspen, as you can see here. We've got a basement plan, which is an office, an eating area, a bath, and some storage. Your first floor is your reception and your learning and sleeping area with a kitchenette. This is the property in question. My client has over 10 years of learning care experience. She's a nurse aide. She's also has a degree in early childhood education and middle school development.
How long has she operated this, Vern?
She has 10 years of experience doing this, but now she wants to go to this size, so she's looking for increase in the number of kids, which means an increase in the category for zoning.
Okay.
Here's proof of posting. She does. Here's the letter that went out to all the Mill Creek Advisory Council, and she does enjoy support of the Mill Creek community. Here's the history of the property, showing a long history of commercial use, and that it was in fact a family daycare. And she'd just like to increase the number of children. Here's your aerial map, and the property will remain RC.
What's she increasing to, Vern?
Why don't I call her to the stand so she can?
When she gets on, okay.
Yeah. May I call Ms. Mafika Miller Griffin, please?
Okay.
I see no one in the audience by that name.
Is Mr. Shahid Collin there?
Yes. I will promote Shahid Collin to panelist.
Thank you. He's a partner in this as well.
Good morning.
Morning. Sir, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
My name is Shahid Colin.
Could you spell it, please, for the stenographer?
I'm sorry?
Could you spell your name, please, for the stenographer?
Yes, SHAHEED COLEN.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Counsel?
Thank you. Mr. Collin, first I have three fundamental questions we need to get out of the way before I ask the fourth. Did you hear my presentation to the board today?
Yes, I was there.
Is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And do you adopt it as your own?
Yes.
Thank you. How many children are we expecting under this new category?
6.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry, Mr. Anastasia, was that 6 additional children or 6 children total? Because 6 children total is normally a family childcare.
Correct.
It's 6 additional. Is that correct, Mr. Collin?
That is correct. Yes.
Thank you.
All
So
right,
a total of 12.
Questions from the board?
Yes, so is the intent now that the entire house is going to be the daycare facility? And I'm asking because the second floor says on this plan, area not surveyed, and doesn't show anything, but you showed us photos of what looks to be the second floor of a row house being used as classrooms.
Mr. Collin, could you?
Sure. The entire first floor and basement area will now become the daycare.
And the second floor will not be. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so the photos that we saw, were those the basement?
Yes, ma'am.
Basement and first floor.
Basement and first floor.
Yes,
And then what is the plan for egress in the basement if we're now going to have,
There's rear egress right here. It's 100% above grade.
okay, and then where are the children playing? Because it didn't look like on the plan that there's like a dedicated play space.
Are you talking about outside or inside?
I think it can be in either place. It just has to be a dedicated permanent play space.
Well, we have the rear where we have space. But mainly it's going to be inside.
The rear driveway? The shared driveway with the other?
Well, mainly it's going to be inside. It's going to be the play spaces to be inside. If they need to go anywhere outside, we can go through the rear and go to the yard, the field across the street. So there's plenty of play space over there. There's a recreation center, but we have access to leave the downstairs area out of the back and walk them to the playground. We can also go out, if we're upstairs, we can go out of the front and go to the playground. So the main play space is the playground because it's right across the street. But if necessary, there is space inside on the first and second level for the kids to play as well.
Okay.
And by the second level, he meant the basement and first floor.
Right. Other questions?
Yes.
So-
Do you
so
have the
what's-
support of
what's-
your neighbors? Your neighbors adjacent to you?
Yes, I do. Absolutely.
Yeah, we did go to the RCO meeting and everyone seemed to be in full support. They were in support of the family daycare and they would be in full support of this as well. That was the feedback we received.
What's
And
happening
is there a
on the
bathroom on the
second floor?
first floor? I'm sorry, Mike. Is there a
Right,
bathroom
no,
on the
no, go
first
ahead, go
floor?
ahead.
Is there a bathroom on the first floor?
There is no bathroom on the first floor, but there's a bathroom on the basement level and there's a bathroom upstairs.
So they'll
So-
use the second floor only for the restroom and not for anything else?
Yes, yes, yes.
So what is happening on the second floor?
Well, nothing, because of course it was a family daycare, right? Where someone was actively living there and doing the daycare. But now we're going to the group daycare. So now it's all completely the daycare and no one living. So, but you know, that bathroom still will be operable to use.
So your proposal is that based on what you just said, and I'm understanding that all 3 floors will now be the daycare if approved.
No, only the top floor would be used for the bathroom only. There'll be no programming for the daycare on the top second floor.
Correct.
So again, I asked the question, then what is the second floor going to be used for? It's not going to be used for the additional kids in the daycare.
He testified that it'd be empty. That's what he
It's going to
testified.
remain as empty space?
That's what he testified. Yes. Is that right, Mr. Collin? Mr. Collin? Is that
Unmute
correct?
Mr. Collins.
Yeah, it will remain empty or for storage or things like that, right? It will not be used as part of active programming for the daycare. Is that right?
You're muted, sir. You have to unmute. Mr. Collin?
I apologize, guys. I apologize. Yes, that is correct. I apologize. No use for the upstairs at all for any type of recreational, living, anything. Storage and just empty space. The bathroom can be used if necessary.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Yes. What age children are we talking about here?
Oh, we have infants up to, I believe, 12 years old.
That's right. Doing before and after care, school care as well.
Yes, before and after care.
Okay. And what age children are you planning to have in the basement?
We're going to have more so the above infant kids. Infants are upstairs, but all range of kids.
All what?
All range between 0 up to 12 years old.
Okay. So I guess, all right. You're talking about children who are, some of the ages are not considered to be capable of self-preservation. So you're So having stairs is a problem. Uh, uh, you need the two means, egress and ingress. You need enhanced fire protection systems, and you
Oh, yeah, all of that will
also,
happen after,
yeah,
of
and
course,
you, right,
once the
and
zoning approval is done, we have to go through that whole CO
you
process.
also may need, um, emergency lighting. You need the panic doors with
Yep.
panic bars, and what have you. Yeah. And I don't understand how you're going to commingle all these children like this.
Well, there's only 12
considering that
kids,
they
right?
yeah, but still, you're talking about commingling children at different ages and stages of development and needs in terms of, the idea of having the stairs. And you're basically saying for any of these children to, well, except for the babies, and they either have to go upstairs to the second floor or they have to go down to the basement. Is that what we're saying here?
For the restroom?
Yes.
Yes, of course. Yeah, with an
there's
adult. I
no-
mean, they'll be with an adult, sure.
Okay.
And I also just want to add, the property is set up where it's not an issue to go out of the front and walk around the back area, of course, supervised to go into the back space. So it's very flexible. We have multiple entrances to enter and leave the property. So I understand your concern and what you're saying. At the same time, I don't believe it'll be an issue to accomplish the goal of kids going to and from the bathroom safely, and without incident, where it would be a struggle or it would be, they would be in danger somehow.
Children will be accompanied by adults as far as the to and from the restroom, which is custom in every daycare I've done over 20 years. And of course, like every other daycare, after the zoning hearing, if a variance is approved, they'll be subject to the International Building Code and all the requirements before they can operate more than the family daycare, including the fire mitigation system, the panic button, the doors, and all the other requirements. We're not going to be able to get around any of that.
Scopes, the whole
Yep.
kit and caboodle.
Yep.
All right. And so to go to the first floor, are there steps leading up to the
To the
first
front
floor?
door?
Yes.
Well, yeah, these steps
Absolutely.
right here,
Okay.
front door
So
steps.
there's steps to get in, and then we have the steps to go down into the basement.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Which
Sure.
is typical of most daycares that I've ever done and brought before the board.
Any other questions?
It's just odd to me that what was a 3-bedroom house, you're gonna double the amount of kids, and you're gonna not use the second floor that was a 3 bedrooms upstairs, at least I would assume in this house, and just use it for, that seems like a huge amount of storage for 12 kids for this daycare, but you're doubling the kids in the same space that you have currently. That kind of doesn't make sense to me. So it's odd that you would have that much storage for this daycare and not utilize the second floor. And is there any other reason that you don't want to increase the amount of usable space for the daycare because you're increasing the number of kids?
Well, we're only increasing up to 12, right? And which would
Well,
be
you're doubling
six-
it. You're
right.
doubling it.
Which,
But you're doubling
over
it,
two,
right?
over
But
two,
you're-
over 2 floors.
Which you
and-
currently have 6 based on your pictures. You currently have the 5 or whatever on 2
Yeah,
floors.
5 over 2
Now you
floors.
want to you want to double that on the same 2 floors, but you have a whole second floor that was 3 bedrooms that you saying that you're just going to use as a storage.
Just for management
It just doesn't make sense. Logically, it doesn't make sense. Why are you if you're going to increase the number of kids, ideally you'd like to increase the amount of usable space that they could have.
Well,
Not,
I understand
allowing
that
for
that's his
ages, different
testimony.
ages.
not unless it's
Right.
required, right? I mean, if the state doesn't require that second floor to be used.
I understand, but it seems to me you're increasing the number of children and not providing the opportunity for additional space to enhance enhance the experience of the children. That's all I'm saying. I mean, you can do what you
Well,
want.
I
but
guess
that's-
I'm going to point this towards Hillary, and then Vern, you got to reply.
Yep.
If you don't make the second floor part of the zoning, right? Can you use it for your bathroom for the students? What I'm saying to you is like,
Sure.
if
It's-
we're saying that's not part of zoning, the second floor, can you then say, well, you kids can go up there anyway and use the bathroom? I'm just, Hillary?
Well, sure.
Yeah, you would need to, if you're using it even just for a bathroom, I would think that you would be required to have a certificate of occupancy from the city in order to get the license to have all those children. Like certificate of occupancy then includes the second floor.
Yeah, and
But
I was
we
just,
could-
I was
but we
just-
could still limit our use to the first floor and basement, right? The zoning permit could say no recreation on the second floor.
Well, then I think you'd have a problem getting a CO for use of the bathroom on the second floor.
I think we could get that administratively through a building examiner, though. I don't, because we still wouldn't be using the second floor for children activity, but very
I
well.
guess my question is, how will you accommodate the different ages? You said the ages of children would be up to 12. So
Yep.
is there separation of space between the ages of children? That second floor could give that separation of space too.
Well, in a lower level, the basement, the new addition, we do have various rooms. We do have various rooms, separation of kids, be in the various rooms. So I don't think that'd be an issue.
And the
Not
basement
what
is
your
new
floor
space.
plan- That is not what the floor plan said. though. The floor plan said it was a bathroom and
So
an office.
I think, Vern, what I want to do is move on with this.
Mhm.
I'll see where we are with the virtual audience, then we're going to take it under advisement. We'll vote next week. All right.
Very good.
Hillary, do you have comments?
No additional comments at this time.
All right. Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission?
Good morning, Sarah Bond, Philadelphia City Planning Commission, SARAH BANH.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please proceed.
The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The appellant received a permit for family childcare in 2024. Therefore, the proposed use is consistent with documented prior use of this property. The Philadelphia City Planning Commission recommends that the zoning board grant the variance.
Okay, we're going to take this under advisement. We will vote next Wednesday at 9:30 a.m., Sarah.
Thank you.
All right, number 4. And Vern, I'm going to go straight through all yours, okay?
Okay.
All right, so number 4, MI 2025-001212, 1344 East Luzerne Street. Vern, just for the record, state your name.
Vern Anastasio, ANASTASIO, on behalf of Mr. Hank Lay.
Okay, there is a letter of support from Councilmember Lozada. The council office states they have an RCO letter. We don't have it yet. Am I correct, Hillary? Right, and then there's also,
So, Mr. Chair, we don't have the letter. However, we do have we do have a letter of support from Council Member
what I said.
Lozada, right, that states that
Right,
the RCO are
right,
supporting.
right. So, and then also, you gave us a petition with 124 signatures from the neighbors.
Yep.
Why-
And I believe Mr. Folks is here as well. He'll be testifying.
All right, our vice chair has a few questions.
Thank you.
Good morning. Have you
Okay.
submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, share your screen and proceed with this case.
Thank you. Okay. 1344 East Luzerne is for a proposed use as a sit-down restaurant in an existing space. This is a there it goes. This is a long regarded grocery store in the neighborhood, and they'd like to use and expand their operation to the second floor. And in order to do that, they're going to need to get a variance. Are these pages blank to you as well?
Yes.
I don't know what's going on today, but please excuse me. I'm going to have to. Maybe time to come in a little more, maybe.
Vern, this is a grocery store, are you sure?
Well, they also serve food on the first floor as well. They just want to expand upstairs for seating and for service.
Right.
They do serve cooked and dried foods.
Okay.
So it was refused on 24th January 2025, and the application is for the sit-down restaurant. Here's a copy of my appeal. And here's the plan. On the left is the first floor. You can see a customer area, point of sale, and refrigeration. Shelves, walk-in closet, a walk-in cooler, and additional shelving and refrigeration. You have your meat slicer, your deli case, mostly sandwiches, banh mi's. Upstairs is your dining area and storage, as well as restrooms. And dining in the front and dining in the rear. There it is right now. As you can see, it's a deli, hoagies, sandwiches,
They've been in business.
interior.
They don't have seating to get their best. They don't have seating. These delis need to have seating, so they need seating. They don't put the seating upstairs.
We have 87 pages of that make up the exhibit packet today. As you can see, there's good dry goods as well.
Right.
And beverages.
So nobody goes upstairs, they just have seats.
Yeah, it's gonna be closed anyway. They're not gonna let them go upstairs.
There's the letter that went out to the Juniana Park Civic Association and all the immediate residents. Proof of mailing to 145 immediate neighbors. Letter of support. All relevant documents. Otherwise, there's a long history of commercial use in this property. All the certifications of the PALCB. And of course, we've already submitted signatures of support, over 100 immediate residents, including those who live on Luzerne. Because of the overwhelming support of the neighbors, because it's already a consistent and reliable business in the neighborhood. And this is just expanding some seating for the existing use. I'm respectfully requesting the granting of the variance. And with that, I'd call my client, Mr. Hank Lay, to this.
Vern, how long they've been in business there?
Oh, at least a half a dozen years, if not more. And Hank could probably speak to when they first opened.
Hank Lay will be coming in as a panelist.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
My name is Hank Lai, Hank, and last name Lai.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Counsel?
Thank you. Mr. Lai, did you hear my presentation to the board?
Yes,
Is it
I've
true
been
it-
there over
is it
20 years.
Over 20 years. Thank you. Yep.
Yes.
By the way, I have, as part of the exhibit, page 46, a letter dated from Pat Rafferty, the former chief clerk of Philadelphia City Council, 10/20/2005, approving the beer permit. So yeah, it's been over 2 decades of use. Hank, did you hear my presentation to the board today?
Yes, I do.
It's true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And you adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Questions from the board?
Question. So your hours of operation for the store, will they be the same as for the takeout restaurant upstairs?
Yes.
What would they be, Hank?
From 10 to 10, and weekday like 10 to 9:30, and weekend 10 to 10.
Other questions?
And the second floor, so the second floor is a sit-down restaurant? Is that what it is?
Yes.
Yeah.
And alcohol will be served, or is it beer or what?
Beer.
On the first floor, you can grab a beer and a sandwich and then go upstairs and eat.
Okay.
Which is what you can do now. The only difference is there's nowhere to sit.
And is there table service currently on the second floor?
Yes.
Well,
There is.
there are tables on the second floor. There are no waitresses. Is that correct?
No.
Right.
It's an eat-in restaurant. Okay.
That's correct.
Other questions?
So
Is there a
how does
bathroom on the
one?
second floor?
Yes,
Yes, there's a
I'll bring it back to the
There's like a whole
plan.
bathroom.
Yeah, that's bathroom.
There's a restroom on the first floor and a restroom on the second floor.
Second, yeah.
Okay. And how many seats is this that you're seeking to add? So right now, it's just takeout, correct?
On the first floor, that's correct.
On the first floor. So now you want to add seating upstairs. How many seats are we?
Well, there's 10 in the
Yeah.
rear, 10 in the rear, and 6, 12, 18 in the front. So that would be
Total is 30 seats.
30. Yeah.
I see.
So you go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Other questions?
I think Mr. Johns has a question.
John?
No,
Mike?
I was just so you have seating on the second floor now. You're just expanding the amount of seats on the second floor, right? I mean, judging
There
from
are
the pictures,
tables
it
and
looks
chairs
like-
up there, but
Right.
but there's
Right.
right
So you're
now.
expanding.
Yeah, we need to get
Right,
this
right,
done
right.
in order to do it. Yeah.
Right. So you get this done. Okay, gotcha. Mhm.
Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Yes, Chair. I have a hand up by the name of Sloan Folks. I'm going to promote them to panelists.
Good morning, Sloan.
Good morning, Chairman Bergman and ZBA Board. Pardon me, I am in transit right now. I ran out of the ZBA Associates Board to grab something to eat. My name is
Sloan, do me a favor. Give us your name and spell for the stenographer.
Name is Sloan Folks, SLOANE, F as fire, OLKS.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I swear to do so.
Please proceed.
Yes, sir. Our office provided a letter of support based on discussions that we had with the RCO back in October, November of 2025. The RCO at that time did not oppose the request, but they had not filed a letter of support or non-opposition for the various requests. We had hoped that the letter would come through, and we are working with the RCO to get a letter for support non-opposition for the project. We reserve the right to have further discussions with the RCO moving forward, but we anticipate that our letter of support or non-opposition will we have a letter of support non-opposition, and we stand by that at this time.
Okay.
So thank
All
you.
right. Vern, you broke up a lot. I think what you basically said, you stand by your letter of support. And the council person did say that there was she thought that there was a letter of support coming from the RCO too. I don't know that we have a copy of that RCO, but we do have the councilwoman. Is that what you basically said? Because you broke up a lot.
Yes, sir. That's what we said.
All right, thank you. Questions or comments? Other people in the virtual audience?
I see no more hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chair. Sarah Bond, Philadelphia City Planning Commission. In 2018, the zoning map was amended to RSA 5 in accord with recommendations from the comprehensive plan. This property has a documented history as ground floor business space with residential above. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed use variance for multiple principal uses and the proposed use variance for a sit-down restaurant.
Thank you. MI 2025-001-212, 1344 East Luzerne Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
I win, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Vern, number 6, 14, and 16, right?
Yes, sir.
Number 6 is MI 2025-002-789, 5820 Overbrook Avenue. And number 14 is MI 2025-004-82, 5830 Overbrook Avenue. And number 16 is MI 2025-005-356, 5800 Overbrook Avenue. All three we're going to hear together. There's unanimous non-opposition from the Winfield Residents Association, 22 total votes. So Mr. Anastasio, could you please handle all three together?
Yes, sir. Vern Anastasio, ANASTASIO, on behalf of the Bawa Mujahideen Fellowship Mosque. We have 3 properties that are together, owned by the fellowship. And my clients just want to put fences around each. And because the fences that they would like to put are over 4 feet, we need to come here and get relief. And that's why we're here. So this is the aerial that shows the 3 properties in question. 5800, 5820, 5830, left to right.
Wow.
And here is an aerial view. There it is. Okay. Went blank again.
You might have to go out again.
I'm sorry about that. I don't know what's going on today. 5810, 5800, 5820, and 5830. Each refusal is in this exhibit packet for the installation of a fence in the front and rear yards of each detached structure. The refusals are all for the same. We've got only allowed 4 feet in height, and we're proposing 6. The fence height in the front and in the back is 4 feet, again 6. And opaqueness, we're a permitted 50%. We're asking for a 100% opaque. I'm going to pull out here. This is property number 1. This is the 6-foot high chain link with the privacy slats is what we're proposing. In the front. And then this would be the rear. Same thing on the second property. And same thing on the third. This is some renderings that would, this is what that would look like in general. And then, of course, there would be slats for privacy installed, such as that. We met with the community association and all relevant stakeholders. Seem to be unanimous non-opposition. There are other gates in the neighborhood that have this privacy. And especially given this current climate, the fellowship believes that the privacy fence is needed. There's your proof of posting. We also move into evidence the letters that were mailed pursuant to all 3 properties with proof of mailing. With that, I'd like to call Mr. Jeff Shodes. I'm sorry, Jeff Sheard, to testify. He is a member of the team putting this together for the mosque. Mr. Jeff Sheard.
Jeff Sheard is being promoted to panelist.
Thank you.
Jeff?
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Could you turn your video on if possible?
It says that it's
Oh,
on.
yeah, you're on now. You're on. Thank
Okay,
you. Could you
thank you.
please
Yep.
state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Certainly. My name is Jeffrey Sheard, Jeffrey Sheard.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Thank you. Jeff, did you hear my presentation to the board?
I did.
True and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, with the caveat on opaqueness.
Okay. You want to clarify?
Yes, the 100% opaqueness, that referred to the rear facing and one side of 5830, which is the chain link fence, which would have the privacy slats. All of the frontage on 58th Street and Overbrook Avenue would be the fence that you showed with no privacy slats. So we'd have 10% opaqueness there.
Very good. Thank you. And do you adopt my presentation as your own testimony?
I do.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Questions from the board?
Thank you for clarifying that, because that was literally going to be my response.
Yep.
That this is a beautiful neighborhood with stately, gorgeous homes, and right down the street from you is estate fencing that is very nice. And it would be a shame that you would even think or consider to put chain link fence with those privacy slats. It would make it look like a used car dealership or a dump is happening behind there.
It's not
So
happening.
thank you. I think
Agreed.
that's for sure the right thing. Your neighbors appreciate that too. Thank you. That was it. I just had to get that out, Vern.
That's why I have the client, right? For the
He's on a
clarity.
roll today, Vern, I'll tell you right now.
What's that? I'm on a
Michael's
roll.
on a roll today.
Yeah.
Other
It's all good.
questions from the board? Questions or comments from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chair Bergman. Sarah Bond, Philadelphia City Planning Commission. I'm going to read my testimony for all three properties and also going by what the information that was given on the refusals, even though the client just expressed something a little bit different, but okay. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing residential single-family detached zoning. A 6-foot high fence at the front of the property conflicts with the characteristics of the surrounding neighborhood. The City Planning Commission recommends that the zoning board grant the variance. The fence in the front shall be no more than 4 feet high and no more than 50% opaque. The rear fence shall be no more than 50% opaque.
All the other front fences are at least 6 feet. So what we were proposing will be consistent with that and in taking with the beauty of the neighborhood. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, did I mishear you? Did you say
You done?
grant the variance or not?
She said yes.
Said grant with proviso, and the provisos were for the height and opacity.
Okay, all right. So Hillary, I'll vote all three of these at once, okay? So number 6, MI 2025 002 789 5820 Overbrook Avenue. Number 14, MI 2025 004 982 5830 Overbrook Avenue. And number 16, MI 2025 005 356 5800 Overbrook Avenue. I vote yes to all three.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes to all three.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes to all three.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes to all three.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes to all three.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes to all three.
And Vernon, we have one more we had to go back to, is that right?
We don't have the posting photo. I just received an email from my staff saying that
Okay, so I'm going to continue.
we have an
okay?
old photo, but not the
All right,
current.
okay,
photo.
thank you.
So
So
we'll need to
number 2,
continue.
MI 2025 001 198 6610 Hasbrook Avenue. That case is continued to June 17th at 9:30. Thank you, counsel. And here, be with you in 1 minute. Come on up. Yeah, I think, right? Number Julie Bernstein, right? There you go. We're trying to get your attention. MI 2025 005 004 13400 Philmont Avenue. Julie Bernstein is the attorney. Anything else? 13. Yeah, I know. She's still here. Yep. Counsel, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Julie Bernstein, it's Julie, last name Bernstein, Bernstein.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client and the relationship to the property?
My client is Calvary Chapel of Philadelphia, and they are the owner of the property.
And we have a letter of unanimous support from Somerton Civic, 45 votes, and a letter of support from Councilmember O'Neill. Our Vice Chair has a few questions.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
We did submit all of our exhibits, and I did supplement We had submitted proof of tax payment last week. We got the certificate yesterday and submitted it yesterday. And then just currently, right before this started, my client mentioned to me that he did actually have approximately 40 letters of support from the community, and we did just submit that as well.
Okay. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Great. So, good morning, Julie Bernstein again. I represent the applicant, Calvary Church of Philadelphia. Connection with their request seeking approvals to permit the church to improve the property that's at issue here for with a new chapel for religious purposes. The property is zoned I2, which is the industrial district, which doesn't permit any religious uses, which is principally why we're here this morning. I've quickly shared an aerial of the property. You can see that 13,400 is the one that we're here for. It's approximately 1.2 acres located on the south side of Philmont Avenue and just west of Bustleton Avenue. It's kind of surrounded by that blue box that we can see there. The parcel is surrounded to the east, south, and west by approximately 12.5 acres of property that's also owned by Calvary Chapel and is currently being used for, and actually has been used for decades, for religious purposes. It includes a church and a Christian academy on the property. The surrounding neighborhoods kind of outside of this church property are all residential. Forest Hill Cemetery, you can kind of see in the plan northwest corner of this aerial, just for context. I did include, this is Exhibit A7, I'll run through them quickly, but we included some street views along with this just to give you a sense of what the neighborhood really looks like. You can see that, so the left side of the street when you're driving westbound, that's all church property and the academy. And then at the very kind of distance, you start to see a red kind of stucco-ish building. That's the property that we're talking about right here. And it's currently improved with this structure that is vacant. It's 4,197 square feet. It was previously used as a veterinary office and hospital. And the goal here is to remove this vacant building and construct a small chapel on the property for religious uses. And in addition to that, there'll be 57 new parking spaces and new landscaping. The goal here is to remove the kind of access that's there and then utilize the 2 access driveways that serve the church. And we've proposed easements to allow for kind of internal circulation for the 3 parcels that are all owned by the property. We've included, I'll get to it quickly. Let's see. At A11, just some illustrative renderings so you have a sense of what they're looking at here. So this is kind of what the proposal is. Again, this is illustrative, the inside of what the chapel would look like. And then here, again, this is done by the architect, but so you have a sense of what the scale would be as compared to the existing building on site. Again, just another rendering that we've included here at Exhibit A11. Flipping kind of back to the zoning plan so you have a sense of what's going on here more specifically. So this is the plan to have this new kind of smaller chapel on site and these new parking spaces. Again, I mentioned they would utilize the 2 driveway accesses that serve the church generally and would be able to serve this property as well. We've also kind of included, just so you can see quickly, the tree preservation plan. As you can see, by doing this and allowing for kind of the shared access easements, it allows for more street trees going all along the property line, and there'll be some new landscaping here as well. So we're here really, as I mentioned at the beginning, because the property is zoned for industrial uses. ostensibly the way the property functions right now is as an industrially zoned island, a very small island in the middle of religious uses and then residential uses kind of surrounding that. Interestingly, the residential zoning that's most immediately adjacent, kind of on either side of the same side of Philmont, is zoned RSA 3, which would have actually permitted this religious assembly use. We're also seeking technical relief from Table 148031. This requires an 18-foot minimum drive aisle width. It is being provided for these spaces that you can see right here by this driveway access. So we've included with this, which all of this has been submitted to L&I as well. Let's see if I can get to it, the proposed.
A little closer to the mic, Julie. if you
Oh,
could.
is that
just a little
better?
bit, Yeah.
Okay. So we've also included the proposed easement. So you can see there's easement A and easement B. Easement A is really what would serve and provide for the driveway aisle to access these spaces. And so it's really kind of a technical request because the function of the property will serve adequate access to those parking spaces. As I think you brought up, Somerton Civic Association did hold a public meeting on this application on October 14th. They unanimously voted in support of the application and the requests. They actually noted not just support, but they said that this will really put a long vacant space into use that's in support of what they deem as a successful institution in the neighborhood. I do have a representative with me from the church, Gary Gordon, who can answer kind of any questions about the use. I also have Colleen Ziegler from Church Architects who did these plans. The team, she's, I believe, remote in case there were technical kind of questions about the plans themselves. I did include kind of in this exhibit packet, just running through very quickly, the permit application that we initially submitted in 2024 as A1. The notice of refusal is at A2. This was after kind of reiterations of the plan were submitted. And then application for appeal to the ZBA, which was filed in July of 2025 at A3. Our project information form of the same date is at A4. The deed showing that they are the owner of this property. At A6 was the tax clearance information. This was just showing.
We have all of your,
all of it.
all of your
Okay.
things.
And so then more recently, we included this tax certificate and
Right.
then a series of letters of support, which all show that they, that the community really is in support of this change.
So why don't you bring your client on to adopt your testimony?
Gary, can you be sworn?
Mr. Mike one.
Test. Yes, my name is Gary Gordon, Gary Gordon.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Gary, did you just hear my description of this application and the proposal?
Yes, I did.
Was it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes,
And would you adopt my testimony as if it were your own?
I would.
Thank you.
Questions from the board? Questions or comments from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
I just wanted to note that, oh, sorry, computer's going nuts. I just wanted to note that oddly, in the description of the project, it doesn't list the religious assembly use, although it does issue a refusal for it. So I have recommended to the board, if they are to grant this, that they provide clarification via proviso as to what use is being approved, since it wasn't in the description at the top of the refusal. So.
Oh, so I mean, Gary can probably explain more, but this would be used for religious purposes.
Well,
as it
so,
should.
so one,
You've got a refusal for religious assembly. It's just
Okay.
not in the description,
I
which is what
understand.
they base the permit off of. So
Okay.
we'll put a proviso
So-
to clarify if the board grants.
so
That's-
just so you know, it's approved use is religious assembly with 57 accessory spaces, including three accessible spaces. Okay?
That's great.
All right,
Thank
all right,
you.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission. What's that? You said on the mic, sure.
Okay, Sarah Bond, Philadelphia City Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends a zoning map change to CMX2. The proposal for a religious assembly conforms to the recommended zoning. The City Planning Commission recommends that the zoning board grant the variance.
So number 15, MI 2025-005-004, 13400 Philmont Avenue. I vote yes with proviso. Approved use is religious assembly with 57 accessory parking places, including 3 accessible spaces.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with provisos.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So number 13, MI 2025-004-968, 303 Avon Street. Botir Abdullav is the owner applicant. There's a letter of opposition from Councilmember O'Neill and the Somerton Civic Association voted 11 in opposition and 9 in support.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yeah, my first name is Botir, Botir. Last name is Abdullayev, Abdullaev.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
This application is for use as a personal services in an existing structure, whereas the proposed use, personal services, is prohibited in the RSA3 zoning district. Our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good morning. Have you
Good morning.
submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and the chair read the refusal, so do you waive the reading of the refusal continually and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
sure. So, like my property had a business. It was a doctor's office since 1973, which is like 50 plus years. And when I bought it, when I bought the house, so I knew I would be using that space for my wife because she does hair and makeup. So and it was it was owned by Jacob Lipsitz, and now I want to convert into like a salon, and it's gonna be just my wife working there. We will not hire other people, and it's gonna be a low traffic business, even before me, when there was a business here, I don't think people, didn't have any issues with it, because it's been here for like a long time. So I'm just trying to,
Why don't you start showing some photos and like drawings of the property? Is that okay?
yeah, sure.
I mean, we have all your documents, so let's see what it looks like and how you intend to use it.
Okay. So this is the office, has the air, like a personal, like a work area. It also has a waiting area from the previous owner, which was the doctor's office. So we're gonna have one chair in there, and but I do have a like a white like a driveway, where we can actually park 2 cars, but I'm gonna have the driveway for the clients, and after going to the meeting, some of the neighbors actually talked about parking, so I took that concern seriously. So we also adjusted the hours of operation, which is going to be from 10 to 5, which is that's when everybody's going to be at work. There's not going to be any traffic. There'll be plenty of parking, so it will not affect anyone. And I also have the picture showing that during the day there's plenty of parking there because everybody's at work.
So this is already in operation, sir?
No, not yet.
All right. Then I see a sign with a salon.
We did it to show you it's a.
Yeah, why don't you
ChatGPT
show us that? Why don't you show us that?
on the sign. Yeah. This one, yeah. So we just did it to show you like it's ChatGPT. We don't have a sign there.
Oh,
It's
okay. All right, here you go.
yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
We just created it to like give you like an idea. We do have a separate entrance, like the previous owners did.
So what happened when you went to the RCO?
So when I went to RCO, like most of the people who opposed, they opposed because of the parking. But this, like, we're not gonna have a lot of people there. It's gonna be by appointments only. So there's gonna be one person at a time, from 1 to 3 people a day. Like, and it will not affect traffic or the parking spots at all. And my wife, usually works, like most of her income is come from the weddings and like events. So she's not going to be working here 7 days a week. So sometimes like 3 days a week, sometimes 2 days, because she has to travel. If she has a wedding or any other events, she has to travel to other locations, and that's the main that's the main income she has, like the weddings and the. But but on slow days, she will have some clients here. So, and like it's gonna be until we're gonna finish the work at 5 o'clock, because my kids have their sports. They have their wrestling, jiu-jitsu at 6 o'clock, so it has to be done by 5 o'clock. And we also live there, like we'll live upstairs, so we want to make sure like at night, like it's nice and quiet, like we're not bothering any neighbors.
Okay. And that's where the original doctor's office was?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Questions from the board?
Are there pictures of the
And
interior?
that's the doctor's office. It's still in Google.
Yeah,
If
go
you
back and
Google
show the
it,
photos you had of the inside. I saw you.
Yeah.
You went through them quick.
Yeah. Can we see the pictures of the interior of the space?
Yeah. So interior, we didn't do anything yet because
Yeah, I know, but just show us
Know
what it
that,
is.
but
Oh, okay,
what's it
sure.
look like now?
Right.
Okay, sure. There you go. That's the office, and there's and there's also waiting area. That's the office. That's the waiting area. So we didn't do anything yet. We were using this as a storage. That's why the carpet is dirty. But we're gonna, like, if we get the approval, we will remodel. We're not gonna make any major changes or like everything's gonna stay the same. We're just gonna remove the carpet, put the laminate floors, and paint the walls. So, and we're not gonna change anything to the structure of the building.
I don't see bathroom. Where's the?
Yeah, the bathroom is it's 1 second. There's a bathroom right there. Yeah, we do have a bathroom, and it's the same level. It's right, like you walk out the office, and it's right there. You don't have to go far.
Okay. And you're gonna put in shampoo bowls, or what else are you gonna put in? Or you're gonna have dryers, things like that? Is that what we're talking about here? Is she doing hair, or is she doing makeup?
She does hair and makeup, and if there's no dryers anymore. She uses that Dyson fan, which dries hair pretty quickly.
Okay. All right. And you're saying it'd only be a couple of people, maybe a day?
Yeah,
if
1 to
that.
3 people. Yeah, if that, because like I said, she's usually not home. Like she travels to her clients. Like she does mostly weddings, and it takes all day because when she gets there, there's usually 5 to 6 people at least she has to service. So that's why she will not make any appointments, and this business is going to be appointments only. So we will not be taking any walk-ins.
And so she travels to where the weddings are as opposed to
Yeah,
having them
or
come to
events like
her.
a Sweet 16s or like a, all kinds of events, like, so she does mostly, those kind of clients.
Okay. And then, I guess, well, I guess since we're not talking about dryers, I don't have to worry about exhaust that much, but is that the only window in this space?
Yes,
Okay, all right. Thank you.
yep.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson.
So I just wanted to clarify a couple things. One, so there's still a residential single-family home that's existing above, correct?
Yes, that's how we always been. Yep.
Okay. And so the refusal that LNI issued to you, one thing it didn't have on it was a refusal for having multiple principal uses on a lot, because on a property that's zoned for residential single family, you're only allowed to have one use. So that refusal should have been included on here. It wasn't. If the board grants, then that refusal will be included. I just want to note that the parking was also not referenced on there, so I don't know that how LNI will look at the parking. And also, there's no request for signage on here. So there is some signage permitted, but if you want to go beyond you'll need a permit for that. And if you want to go beyond a
I
certain
will.
size.
Yeah, when it's signed, like after, what I wanted to do is once it's approved, I wanted to go to the city and get the permit because I don't know what kind of sign they would actually allow me to put on there.
Yeah, no, there's certain limits to what you can put on, and if you want to do something beyond those limits, that would be a separate variance. So I just wanted to make clear that that signage was not part of this application. That will need to be a separate application to the city.
No, we don't have a sign yet. It's just like we just put it there. Just it's like a chat GTP to show you like the idea, how this is gonna probably but the sign's not gonna be that big. We will have the hours of operation. It's not gonna be lit up or illuminated. So it's gonna be just a plain sign.
That's fine. I just wanted to make sure you were clear that it's
Yes.
a separate process, because some people think they can do it just once they get the variance for
Oh,
the
no,
use,
no,
but
no.
it's a separate process.
I want to do
So-
everything by the book. I'm gonna go to the city.
All
I
right.
want them to tell me how they want it to be done.
Sounds good. Sounds good. All right. Thank you.
All right, questions or comments from the virtual audience? Do we see anyone?
Yes, Chair, I have two hands up. First hand, Alice Udovich. I'm going to allow her to speak.
She's against it. Good morning, Alice. Alice?
Good morning, Chairman, members of the
morning,
board.
morning. How
Alice
are you?
Udovich on
Good.
behalf of Councilman Brian O'Neill.
Just for the record, please spell your name.
ALICE, last name is UDOVICH.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
Chairman and members of the board, the Northeast was designed with many of these neighborhoods surrounded by small commercial strips. That is where the commercial is intended to be. This is a purely residential neighborhood, and I don't see that the applicant has presented any evidence of hardship as to why this cannot be used exclusively as residence.
Thank you very much for taking the time to call us. We have another hand in the audience.
Yes, Chair, I have a hand up. First name Daniel, last name starting with K. They are being promoted to panelists.
Right. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Hi, could you please, Daniel, could you turn your video on?
Yeah, sure. Actually, I would like to share my screen instead.
Hold on, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Daniel Komisarchik, Komisarchik.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
Are you a neighbor?
Yes, I live on this block.
Okay. Do you want to start your testimony or?
Yeah. I would like to share my screen if possible.
Sure. Can we get him to share his screen? Can you share your screen yet?
No, it says host is not allowing.
Okay. We'll fix that in a minute. You should be coming in now. All right, you should be coming in any minute.
Okay, so as I mentioned, I live on this block. So now, just to point out, I live on this block for about 15 years now. Ever since I moved in, the doctor's office was not functioning already at that time. Yes, there was a sign, but there was never a license pulled according to public records, and this office was never operational, at least not in the past 15 years. So it could be that traffic situation was different, 20 years ago, or whenever the doctor was actually operational. But things are different now, and most families, I believe, own more vehicles than they did back in the days, back in the 70s when I believe that the doctor lived there. In any case, so this is a brief list of concerns that I have composed. I spoke with a couple of neighbors that are attached to me and across from me, and that's pretty much what people are concerned about.
Okay. All right. We appreciate you taking the time to prepare this, and we'll take note of all your comments. Okay. Thank you
Okay,
very
and,
much.
just to point out, so yes, in the middle of the day, the block does look that way. However, 5 p.m. when people get kids from school or when people get home from work, there is hardly any parking on the block. That's if the picture would be taken after 5, that's not how it would look like.
Okay. All right, Daniel, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Anyone
Chairman.
else in the audience?
No, Chair, I see no
Planning
hands at this
Commission.
time.
Thank you, Chair. Sarah Bond, Philadelphia City Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing residential single-family RSA 3 zoning. The appellant has not shown that the property cannot possibly be used in strict conformity with the zoning code, and that a variance is therefore necessary to enable the viable economic use of this property.
Okay, thank you.
The City Planning Commission recommends that the zoning board deny the variance.
Okay, thank you. Sir, we're going to hold the vote on this till next Wednesday. We will vote at 9:30 a.m. and we will have a discussion among at the executive session. Thank you very much. Is there anyone in the audience whose case has not been called?
I see no hands at this time, Chair.
All right, thank you very much, everybody. See everybody at 2 p.m. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing this meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Board Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
our Board Secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
our Board Member, Michael Johns,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
our Board Member, Taya Wynn,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
and our Board Member, Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also here is our Attorney, Hillary Emerson, our Zoning Board Director, Ian Haggerty, and our Board Administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. Recording of this hearing will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote capabilities. Whether remote or in person, if you're called to speak, you must state and spell your name, then wait to be sworn in. Once you've been sworn in, please state your name each time before testifying. Any person may enter their appearance to become an interested party. There are 3 ways to enter. You can identify the case property address in your Zoom webinar registration. You can see a staff member, or you can call the ZBA appearance line by the close of business tomorrow. Call 267-270-5548. Leave a message that includes your email and the address of the property of the appeal case. Following guidance is for our remote attendees. When directed, you must raise your virtual hand in order to be recognized to speak. Second, if you're called to testify, you'll be prompted to join as a panelist. Please accept the request and turn on your camera. Third, the webinar Q&A is for questions about the hearing. Do not comment on the cases in the Q&A. Fourth, if you're participating by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. For our in-person attendees, please refrain from talking, eating, drinking, or during the hearing. Verbal and physical aggression will not be tolerated. Restrooms are across from the elevators. Water fountain is just outside the room to the right. When speaking on the record, you must speak directly into the microphone in order to be heard by all attendees and the court reporter. In the event of emergency, please follow the directions given over the public address system or by the staff. The main exit is through the double doors at the rear. The nearest stairwell is to the left outside the doors. In case of an evacuation, the rally point is Love Park, directly across Arch Street. Please remain here so we can account for you. Let's look at our schedule for this afternoon. Number 1, MI 2025-005-574, 765 South Christopher Columbus Boulevard. This case has been continued, attorney moving party. Number 3, MI 2025-006-261, 1135 to 43 South Broad Street. That case has been continued to May 6th at 2 p.m. Number 6, scroll here. Number 6, MI 2025-006-267, 541 East Worcester Street. That case has been continued until May 6th at 2 p.m. And number 10, what's going on here? MI 2025-006-372, 434 Dickinson Street. That case has been continued to May 6th at 2 p.m. Are there any other requests for continuances?
I see no hands at this time.
Thank you. We're going to go to our add-on case. So MI 2025-002-846, 5001 Frankfurt Avenue. I vote yes with proviso. Revised plans, 2 pages, stamped by ZBA, February 18th, 2026. An updated Min Overlay District applicant acknowledgement form must be reviewed by the Planning Commission prior to permit issue.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with provisos.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Wynn, my vote is yes with proviso.
We're going to go to our first case. Michael John has recused himself from this case, so it's MI 2025-006253, 230 North 53rd Street. Vern Anastasio is the attorney.
They're being promoted to panelist, Chair.
Thank you.
Afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon, counsel. Counsel, you've already been sworn. Just for the record, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yeah, it's Vern Anastasio, Anastasio, on behalf of Vincent 447 LLC and Terry Dowd.
All right, and there is a letter of unanimous opposition from the 44th Ward, 15 votes. Our vice chair has a few questions, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes,
And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. $230 North 53rd Street. The application is for a 3-family dwelling. This initially was for a 4-family dwelling. My client then came to me. I reviewed the proposal. I believe that the 3-family dwelling made more sense. So they are not touching the existing accessory garage structure. And therefore, we're proceeding with a 3-family dwelling. It is zoned RSA 3, and that's why the property was refused. I mean, the application was refused. Let me show you the interior layout. This is a shell. It's been vacant for quite some time. It's been squatted in. It's been broken into. It's been pipes and materials have been pulled out. The garage was battery rammed. The property has been vandalized repeatedly. My client did put it up for sale. He purchased it for $215,000. By the way, that's that's in the exhibit packet that I submitted to evidence, page 31. The value of the property as of today, page 34 and 35, is $231,000. Property was listed for sale just around that asking price, that valuation price, and no one was interested in purchasing it for that price. It is ostensibly a shell. What my client, after having put the property up for sale with no legitimate bites, my clients decided to, hoping to renovate the property, move into one of the larger units here. It's color-coded, and then still have the benefit of 2 other units to help offset the cost of the renovation. And we're going to get into some of that, but this is the front unit here. I'll zoom in for you. It's a smaller unit, as you can see here. When you come into the door and make a left, you'll enter unit 2, which will allow someone to enter the housing market on a more affordable price point. To the right will be unit 1. As you can see here, this will be the unit my client plans to live in with his wife. And then above, you have the larger unit, 4-bed, 3-bath, which is ostensibly just using the existing flooring with no additions whatsoever. To note, the rear yard access is not through a bedroom. It is through a common hall. I shouldn't say a common hall, but a public hall on the larger unit. So they'll be able to access the rear yard for trash without having to go through a bedroom to do so. Here's some photos of the property. As you can see, it's in various stages of major disrepair. It is ostensibly a shell. This is the block itself. Here's proof of posting. There's the letter that went out to the RCO, 44th Ward, Democratic Ward. 168 individual households were mailed. And we have the deed as well showing that, in fact, he purchased it for $215,000. This is Haverford Avenue right here, by the way, making it very close to public transportation. Property is currently valued at $231,000, as is its 3,600 square foot home and a complete shell. There's the valuation from Zillow. I'm going to close this for now. I'm going to share something else. To renovate the property, at least by one estimate that we received, $145 a square foot. And mind you, the property, again, the house is 3,600 square foot, a shell, as the photos show. At 3,000 square foot, we're looking at just under $500,000, $435,000 to renovate a property that's valued at $230,000 that my client already purchased for $215,000. The only way this works is if it's renovated, lived in, with the benefit of some sort of rent roll. Otherwise, it's a white elephant. Anybody who would attempt to renovate and try and sell or rent it as a single family would be completely underwater. There is no comparables in this particular section of the city to even come close to what my client would have to put into it after purchase to make this work for anyone. So I wanted to make sure that we understood that. As I said, my client plans to live in the property. The cost of renovating it is approximately $145 a square foot, making a total investment of nearly $500,000. And then the only way it would work is by the benefit of some rent rolls as he makes this his primary residence. As I also said, that steps from Haverford Avenue, making this proposal what we like to consider transit-oriented proposal of modest density, bringing it down to the two units. I've also, under separate cover, have submitted voluminous evidence of histories of uses just like this one on the block. 200 North 53rd is a duplex, legal, approved by this board. 204 North 53rd, a legal duplex, approved by this board. 206, a legal duplex, as far back as 1946, approved by this board. 202, by the way, is long vacant and distressed and remains as such. 230, the subject property, if you go back, and the Planning Commission will be able to confirm this, has historically been a two-family dwelling. And the 228, which is just down the block, a couple doors down, another, since 2014, 2 units. This one was a commercial mixed use with an office on the first floor and a unit and a residential above. So plus there's additional multifamily, and that's just on our side of the block. There's additional multifamily across the street as well. Not quite sure that they've all been approved by L&I or the Zoning Board of Adjustment, but they are in existence. At the meeting, at the 44th Democratic Ward meeting, there was lots of talk about the challenges of multifamily dwelling, specifically from one specific property on that strip. That property found the history of it, was a former funeral parlor that was converted into a multifamily home. It is 5 times the size of my client's property. So it's just, it does compare. Those challenges really wouldn't translate to what would ostensibly be a 3,600 square foot home in this particular setting. Because of the property's history itself as a legal duplex, because of several pieces of real estate on the block that I've already submitted evidence of also being anything but a single family home, because the numbers to renovate would turn this into, make it, unconscionable to turn this into a single family that could be viable. We're respectfully requesting the modest variance of a 3-family dwelling here so my client could live, maintain, and afford the renovation that this property so desperately needs. And with that, I'm going to rest, and I'm going to ask my client, Terry Dowd, to raise his virtual hand. Thank you.
Chair, I have 2 hands up, one from Terrence Dowd and one from Brandon Powell.
My client is Terrence Dowd.
first.
Yeah.
Terrence Dowd? Okay. I'm going to promote Terrence to panelist.
Mr. Dow?
Yes.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer? And if possible, could you turn on your video?
Turn it on.
Thank you, sir. Hi, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. Please proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Dowd, did you hear my presentation to the board today?
Yes.
True and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Adopted as your own testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. I rest, Mr. Chair.
Right, so Vern, I noticed, you did not have a good vote at the RCO. And I noticed usually you put in petitions. Did he have any petitions signed from support from the block?
We did not do any petitions on the block, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Again, the RCO had legitimate concerns about a multifamily dwelling that's on that strip. But it, again, is 5 times the size of my client's property.
Okay.
It's comparing apples to oranges.
But he didn't go next door or anything like that?
Next, Mr. Johns lives next door, Mr. Chair, and that's why Mr. Johns recused himself.
Well, is there another side or is this on the corner?
This is in the middle of the block, but there is no adjacent, there is nothing else, attached to this house on the other
Okay,
side.
all right, thank you.
I have a question. So the RCO was opposed. Were they opposed to the 4 units that you presented them, as well as the 3 that you're currently presenting now?
We didn't even present the 4 as soon as Mr. Dowd came to my firm, I killed the 4 idea because I just thought it was an overbuild, and I'd like to, for credibility purposes, I only bring winners to this board as much as I possibly can. And I thought the 4 was an overbuild. So by the time we got to the RCO, it had already been what we saw, what you saw today, which was 2 ample size units and 1 moderate sized, smaller, modest sized unit.
Okay, and then you mentioned that there were other multifamilies on the block, but most of those were duplexes. So was there any kind of feedback from the RTO in terms of them approving a duplex instead of a triplex?
We certainly did bring that up, but they were pretty adamant that they wanted the single family home. We did try and explain that the numbers just don't add. I mean, this is not a matter of opinion or interpretation of law. The numbers don't lie. And you just can't renovate a property of this size at $145 a square foot and come out with a single family home that makes any sense for buyer, seller, or renter.
Okay. And my last question is, what is the plan for trash for the 3 units?
Well, 2 of the units on the first floor would have access to the rear yard. And then the top unit is large enough to have a vented trash closet.
Other questions from the board?
Yeah, I do want to just point out that the notes on your plan are incorrect. You have mislabeled the number of bedrooms and bathrooms. And I do think one of the concerns that I just have generally about the layout is that for the larger of the units, which is the upstairs one, it's currently listed, it's a 5-bedroom, I think 4-bath. You have it listed as a 3-and-3 or 3-and-2. And it's a very large unit that's typically would be more suited for a family. And there's not a lot of public space. Like there's almost no public space in that unit, which I think it's going to make it hard to even fit the trash closet in there comfortably. And the bathrooms aren't really set up for family use. And it's going to be, I think it's hard to rent an upstairs apartment, but I mean that's your real estate decision. I
He's
think
not married to, he's not married to occupying the first floor. I mean, again, the large, one of the 2 larger units is what he's going to occupy. And the interior layout should be taken as a representation. This is a shell. This is a complete shell, and we can't do anything with it until we get zoning and then building permits. So
I think my larger concern is with the case for hardship. I think I think my first question is, when did your client purchase this property?
it's Mr. Dowd, what year did you purchase the property?
3 years ago, I believe.
Okay. Yeah.
It's like 2022, according to the records, it's 2022. So
Okay.
I think, when you purchased it, it was RSA3. RSA3 properties are larger by nature, by definition, in the city code. The lots are bigger, the properties are bigger. These are generally minimum 2,500 square foot lots, which means like it was always going to be a larger house. I think $145 a square foot is pretty typical. That's been about what it's cost to build anything in Philadelphia for the past 10 years. So I feel like if anybody was going to go into a reasonable real estate decision, this is not an economic hardship. It costs what the market tends to cost. So I'm still having a hard time understanding the.
I think it's the very definition of an economic hardship. When you purchase a property valued at 230 and you buy it for 215, and to make it even minimally habitable,
Sure, but
you've
it's
got to
valued
put
at
it.
230 in its current condition, which is a shell.
Yeah, but the valuation is nowhere near the $650,000 that this is going to cost just to bring it up to basic habitable standards. That's not even.
That I hear, but like that was always going to be the cost. So to say it's a hardship,
Right,
like that was a decision that was made to come before us and say, I bought a large single family home property in a city where it cost $145 a square foot to build, and now I have to put more units in it. Again, I am struggling. Maybe it's me. My fellow board members might not have the same struggle with that as
Yeah,
a hardship.
if it weren't Mr. Dowd and it were another buyer, they'd be in the exact same position.
And I would have
That-
an issue if it was another
Right.
buyer. I think it's the premise of it is the issue. I
But that's-
also am concerned about the number of L&I violations on this property. I feel like it's been there for 3 years. There appears to have been lots of L&I violations for construction that was happening without approval and permits. And so
That's all been cleared up and outside the scope of your review, number one. Number two, again, it's a 3,600 square foot white elephant. Whoever owns it or occupies it would have to go underwater to make it habitable according to the code. Therefore, the only way to offset that is to get a variance from the code to make the use viable. That's my point.
Okay. all
Thank
right.
you.
Questions or comments from our attorney?
I just want to note that I don't believe that we received the estimate that you showed on the screen for the $145 per square foot. So if you would like that included in the record for this matter,
Yep.
please submit it by close of business tomorrow. Thank you.
Yeah, that was, I think he just emailed, but yep. we'll make
Questions
sure.
from the audience or the virtual audience?
Chair, we have a hand up from Brandon Powell.
Okay. Mr. Powell?
I'm asking Mr. Powell to unmute.
Mr. Powell, can you unmute, please?
Chair, we also have a hand up from Robert Hill.
Well, if the one didn't answer, go to Robert Hill.
All righty. Mr. Hill, you're allowed to speak.
Good
Hi,
afternoon.
Mr. Hill. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, Robert Hill, ROBERTHILL.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Hill, are you a neighbor?
I am the RCO coordinator and ward leader of the 44th.
Thank you. Why don't you testify, please?
So I just want to again reiterate the will of the community members who participated in the RCO meeting. In addition to the things that were already communicated in terms of the outstanding with the prior permit violations, just want to note that those violations, the building and the construction already had started, prior to receiving any approvals. Secondly, during our RCO meeting, it was also brought to the attention of the audience that there was a for sale sign on the property at the time of our meeting. And then when it was asked of the owner and the attorney, was it the will of them was the property for sale? The buyer and the attorney, they stated that if someone came along and to offer them a respectable price, that it would be entertained. In terms of the owner living in the property, that was never communicated to the RCO during that meeting. So this is the first time that we are hearing that, and it was communicated to us that this will be a property that will be fully rented to renters only. As well as just on that block, there's already very dense. It's no really anywhere for parking. So even with increase in trash as well as noise as well too. I also just want to state, that there was another property that was mentioned in terms of an old funeral home that was turned into a multifamily. That clearly is not the case. So that was an inaccurate, fact. And then there was no talk of even the cost of renovating the property during the RCO meeting too. So just want to make sure that these things are noted, for the record. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to call. Mr. Anastasio, do you have any questions?
None, just to reiterate that the witness corroborate.
Why don't we wait to see if there are anybody else in the audience? So you can do it all at one time, okay?
Okay.
All right. Anyone else in the audience?
Hi, Chair. Brandon Powell's hand went up again. I'm going to allow him to talk.
All right, Mr. Powell.
Hello,
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Brandon Powell, BRANDON POWELL.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Sir, are you a neighbor?
yes, I'm a neighbor.
Please proceed.
All right, so I'm representing 222, so 222 North 53rd Street. So the property in question, 230, when he purchased the house was habitable. It wasn't the Taj Mahal. It wasn't a shell like it is now. He chose to make it a shell. Now, the reservations that I have is more so that majority of the homes on the block are generational homes. And when I say that, they're passed down to other family members and everybody, they take care of the homes and they pay attention to who comes in the neighborhood and who shouldn't be coming in the neighborhood. And when I say who shouldn't, I mean more so like trouble, crime, etc. So he wants to, he's coming to this meeting, in my opinion, with personal problems. You chose to jump into the real estate market, and these are the things that, come along with it, operating costs. So for me, as someone who lives in a neighborhood, I don't think making that small dwelling four apartments or 3 apartments makes any logical sense, because Haverford Avenue, you have the crime there, you have the crime on Race Street. This block is particularly quiet, and it just raises concerns, because I have an elderly mother that lives on the block. There's a bunch of elderly people that live on the block, and from saying that he bought it for $215, now it's only worth $231. Well, it was valued at $215 before you made it a shell. So now that it's a shell, it's probably worth way less. Nobody would pay $230 or $215 for a shell. He made it a shell. That was his choice. Now he also chose to do renovations outside of the legal parameters, and of course, okay, that was spoken to, but that shows, that shows how you operate. And he has 15 other properties allegedly. So if he was going to do it right the first time, in my opinion, then he would have done so. I believe during the RCO meeting, he also stated that he wouldn't live in it, but now he's saying that he would live in it with his wife, and it's too much bait and switch. We can't get a gauge on what he's really trying to do. I think he's in it for a buck, and I understand it. You paid money and you want to recoup on your investment, but I think the way in which he's going about it is the wrong way, and I think it needs to stay a single dwelling home. I'm 38 years old. It's been a single dwelling home since I lived on that block.
Okay. Thank you very much for taking the time. Is there anyone else in the audience?
No
Vern?
hands at this time, Chair.
Vern?
A modern, newly constructed single-family home does not exist on this block.
Okay.
We've heard testimony today that homes are generational. That means grandmom gives it to mom for $1, and then mom gives it to daughter for $1. This house was sold. So this is not going to be a generational home.
Okay.
And this is sold to my client. There's no evidence that he turned it into a shell. It was not habitable. Therefore, he wants to renovate it. The facts are the facts. Opinions, we could all have opinions, and I appreciate and respect that each and every one that testified. But the fact is, the property is valued at $230, $231. It's going to take $145 a square foot to even just make this barely habitable. At $3,600 square feet, I think a single family home here is just going to be a white elephant. It's one of the reasons why there's so many duplexes on the block, because these houses cannot be sustained.
Okay.
If not to cut you off, if I may.
No.
Thank you.
Brandon, you're done.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I have nothing else.
All right. Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission, AMYBOYD.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the current RSA 3 residential single family. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances that would prevent the property from being used in conformance with the zoning code, or that the multifamily proposal is in character with the majority of the block. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variance for multifamily.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just for the note, the Planning Commission should also note that this particular property has a long history of use other than single-family home. Thank you.
Okay.
Chair,
Thank you.
Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. We had a hand go up from Brian Wilson.
I think we're closed right now.
Okay.
So we've heard a lot, and what I'd like to do is vote on this next Wednesday at 2 p.m. And the board will take it under consideration. We'll look at all the issues, okay?
Mr. Chair, just for the point of record, and not that I believe any of this would actually happen, but I do have to just note that I asked that the board not have any kind of contemporaneous discussions with the board member who had to recuse himself.
Sure,
Thank you.
absolutely.
I
Yeah,
appreciate
it's not
that.
a problem. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right. Number 4, MI 2025-006-263, 3617 Mellon Street. Stephanie Boggs Magna is the attorney. There's a letter of support from Councilmember Gauthier. Do we have an RCO letter, Hillary? No?
We do not, Mr. Chair.
You're being promoted to panel.
All right. Council, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Stephanie Magana, last name's Magagna.
Right? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Could you identify your client, the relationship to the property?
My client is 1260 Housing Development Corporation. They are a subsidiary of Mission First Housing Group.
All right. And our vice chair has a few questions.
Sure.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes,
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
1 second. Okay. See that? Okay, great. This project is for 3617 through 3623 Mellon Street, currently comprised of 4 parcels, all of which are currently vacant and undersized for the RSA 5 district that is the zoning district for this property as well as the block in general. I'll note for the record too, the property is also located in the mixed income neighborhoods overlay district. The proposal for this project is that the lots be consolidated to form one lot so that Mission First Housing Group can develop a new 4-story building for use as 5 residences. Each unit will be a 2-bedroom unit, all maintained affordable, and all of them will be ADA accessible. This project is part of Mission First's larger West Philly Preservation Scattered Sites project, this being the only new construction project that is proposed as part of that wider project, specifically to allow for ADA units to be part of that portfolio. Here's a picture of what the proposed building is going to look like for reference. I mentioned that this property is zoned RSA 5, so we are seeking a use variance to allow for the multifamily use, which is otherwise not permitted here. And we are seeking approval for certain dimensional variances as well that I'll get to. This block, while it's zoned RSA 5, is not dominated by single-family uses. It has a mix of uses. Our lot, as well as several others on the site, are currently vacant. There are some single families on the block, but right across the street is a 10-unit affordable housing building, also owned and operated by Mission First Housing Group, that is fully occupied, that we confirmed today. There are also several other properties on this block that are 2-family, as well as several that are 3-family, as well, with 3 units and 2 units being on a single block. So this property and this project is proposing comparatively less density. We have 4 lots that are undersized, and we are asking for 5 units on those lots, primarily to allow us to bring affordable units and 2-bedroom ADA accessible units to this neighborhood. The size and scale of the building, as I mentioned, is going to be compatible with the other buildings that are next door. We have a 4-unit building directly to the right of us, a vacant lot to our left. So we do believe that this will be compatible with the size and scale. Here are some sample photos of what the interior units are going to look like. Mission First will construct the project as well as operate it. There is existing property management on site across the street. They'll have a presence here once it's done, but they will be able to monitor construction and operations from their existing platform now, as well as when this building opens up for operations. They are an invested neighbor already in this neighborhood, so they have the experience that comes with their broader portfolio, as well as their immediate experience in this neighborhood on any operational challenges that can arise just by virtue of having a 5-unit building. Here's our site plan that'll show you what we're proposing. In addition to the use variance that we are requesting, we also have 2 dimensional variances. One is a rear yard variance. The properties immediately behind us are vacant, as well as a front yard variance, which is the request. That is rather technical in nature. We are building to the front lot line consistent with other properties on this block. We have a setback with the building that's immediately to our right if you're looking at it from Mellon Street, but because the lot immediately to our left is vacant, we are required to match the existing building. So it's rather technical, but there are several other buildings on this block and along this side of the block face that are built to the property line. So that will be consistent with what is shown elsewhere on the block. These are our elevation diagrams just for reference. I'll note we met with the Mantua Civic Association to present this project on January 12th. While we did not receive a letter in response to them, we had a very good meeting. There weren't that many attendees. I believe there were 3. 1 person abstained, 2 people voted in non-opposition. That is my recollection of the meeting, but we had a very good meeting with them. We've made several very minor adjustments to the ground floor layout of the plans since that meeting, but those plans have been shared with them via email prior to this meeting. We didn't receive any other comments or questions. And I'll note that the primary conversation point there was the use of this project, and there has been absolutely no change to the use or the operations of this site since we had our meeting with the RCO. Should the board be inclined to grant relief, I'll note that we are asking for approval subject to those revised plans, again, to allow for the minor reconfiguration of the ground floor. And with that, I would like Kyla Bayer from Mission First to introduce herself on the
Hi,
record.
could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer? Right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Counsel, please proceed.
Kyla, did you hear the statements I made to the board?
Excuse me, Chair, the microphone is not on.
Okay. All right, we'll do it again. Could you please respell your name?
Sure. My name is Kyla Bayer, Bayer.
Right? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed, counsel.
Kyla, did you hear the statements I made to the board this afternoon?
Yes, I did.
Are they correct and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
They are.
Right, would you adopt them as your own statements?
I do. I will.
Thank you. Do you want to say a little bit about Mission First Housing Group?
Sure. Well, thank you for reviewing our proposed development today at 3617 Mellon Street. Mission First Housing Group develops and manages affordable, equitable, safe, and sustainable homes. We were formed 30 years ago with a focus on serving the most vulnerable. Since then, we've grown into a full-service, nonprofit, affordable housing organization. Our services consist of affordable housing development, property management, resident support services, and construction. We create high-quality housing and serve a diverse resident population, including families, seniors, veterans, survivors of domestic violence, and peoples with disabilities throughout the Mid-Atlantic region. Our portfolio is comprised of over 4,000 homes, all affordable, housing more than 6,000 people, and we have nearly 1,000 units in the development pipeline. We are proud to be building 361723 Mellon Street. This site is part of our West Philadelphia Preservation Scattered Site Project, which includes the rehabilitation of 40 affordable scattered site row homes throughout West Philadelphia, as well as the new construction on Mellon Street that we're talking about today. We were honored to receive support from Councilmember Goudier and Councilmember Jones and State Senator Vincent Hughes, as well as the City Planning Commission in connection with the low-income housing tax credit application for this project. 3617 Mellon Street will bring 5 new 2-bedroom units, all accessible to the physically disabled, to this community. It will be a 3-story building, sized appropriately for the lot and for the block. It will have a resident meeting room, an office, a laundry room, and an elevator. We are already an invested neighbor on this block in that we own and operate a 10-unit fully occupied building across the street, which allows us to both have a presence during the construction of 3617 and a stronger presence in the neighborhood once 3617 Mellon Street is operational. Thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you. I'll note for the record that we do have our project engineer and our project architect here if there are any questions.
Sure, if anybody has any questions, we'll bring them. Questions from the board?
I have a question just sort of about the now multifamily building on this block. For the community space, is it restricted to the residents that are with this, like the 40 scattered site units and the 5 units in this building? Or is it going to be opened up to your other properties and other people in the neighborhood as well?
It's a great question. It's a great question. Due to the nature of the funding sources and that it's a low-income housing tax credit project, it is restricted for the use of the residents in the building.
Okay. For just this building, so not even the other people that are in the LIHTC larger project, because I know it's.
Oh, I'm sorry, and for the larger project. I misspoke. Thank you for that.
It's fine. So I
qualification.
guess my question is like sort of mid-block. You guys are already on the block, so you might, have you talked to, because it looks like there's mostly single-family homes to one side of this property, and then there's this multifamily building. Looks like the next 2 buildings over. Have you talked to any of the immediate residents on the block about the like volume of traffic that might be happening now mid-block?
We have not had specific conversations regarding volume of traffic.
Okay. And I think that like my only caveat and concern would sort of be now you're mid-block. What's going to be the plan to sort of ensure that there's like safety on this block, that, you know, things are, as you've got people coming in and out of this building?
I'll note for the record that there are several multifamily units on this block. So there are 3 family buildings, there are 2 family buildings. The one immediately next door, I believe, is 4 units. So
Absolutely.
this block is not dominated by single family. And I must mention as well that we're not seeking a parking variance.
Not worried about that. I think, yes, I agree with you, but I think also to have 40 other households that are now gonna have use of this public space in this building, that's still gonna increase volume on this.
Sure, I understand where you're getting at. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Okay. I think, I mean, the resident, this is a small building. Let's start by saying that. And so the community room is a small building. I mean, it's a small room within the building. And our architect can speak to that. It's not going to be able to fit 50 residents at one time in the building. So that's just to say that it's not that type of structure. With respect to security, you know, security cameras, fobs, part of the redesign that Stephanie was bringing up was with respect to security. It was to change the way that the porch was open so that there wasn't a hangout spot for somebody, you know, who may not supposed to be there. So those are some of the efforts that we're taking with respect to security.
The application also seeks approval for multifamily use only. We're not asking for approval for any other use. So any kind of community type space use would be limited to being accessory to the multifamily use of the building.
Sure, but I'm well aware of Light Tech projects, so I just knew from the volume standpoint. And because now this is at the property line, there's no space on the property side that would like capture people. So if there was a
We
crowd
do
of
have a
people trying to
covered
get
porch
in-
area.
Yeah.
That for security purposes, again, has been reduced.
yeah, made
But there
smaller.
is a covered porch entrance area.
We needed it to be big enough so that 1 or 2 wheelchairs could sit there and be protected in the rain, but not bigger to be able to have it be a zone where people, you know, hang out that aren't supposed to be there.
All right, other
No
questions?
other questions?
Yep, I do. So I know in some of the Mission First projects, you guys use dumpsters for your trash, and it's been problematic in some communities. So what is the trash plan for this?
I'm glad you asked. We are having a trash room in the basement that everybody will put their trash in, and it will be hauled out on the days that the trash vendor comes to pick up the trash.
And I'm assuming that's accessible as well.
That is, the whole building is accessible.
Thank you.
Other questions? Questions or comments from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the audience or the virtual audience?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the current RSA 5 residential single family. The appellant has shown that the requested deviations from use and dimensional standards are in character with the surrounding properties for this Light Tech project. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variances for multifamily rear yard and front setback.
MI 2025-006-263, 3617 Mellon Street. I vote yes with proviso. Revised plans, 5 pages, stamped by ZBA, February 18th, 2026. Where's Michael?
Mike.
Cheryl Gaston.
I was recused from this. I was recused from this.
That's right. Oh. Cheryl Gaston.
I was recused from this one.
Proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Brian McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Hi, Owen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to number 9. MI 2025-006-370, 6624 Castor Avenue. I believe we have an interpreter.
Chair, I'm going to allow Long Nguyen to talk.
I'm the design professional, represent.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure. I think I know. Thank you very much. Is the interpreter on?
Yes, Chair, they're coming back in as a panelist.
Thank you, Ian.
Hey, good afternoon, board. My name is.
No.
Oh, sorry.
You can't testify.
Okay.
So what we're going to do is we'll have an interpreter coming on, And what you'll do is you work the computer, he'll talk to the interpreter, and then we'll do it like that, okay?
Got it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, by the way. Interpreter?
I'm here. Interpreter's
Hi,
here.
yes. Sir, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Mike Wang, W-A-N-G.
Right. Do you swear or affirm that you will interpret accurately, completely, and impartially from English to Chinese and from Chinese to English to the best of your ability?
Yes, I do.
All right. Could you have this gentleman here, the appellant, could you have him state his name and spell for the stenographer?
好，请您讲您的名字，也把名字拼出来，这样我们的数据员可以把它正确的记录下来。
Could you step forward and turn the mic on? You're nice and close, okay?
OK， 好了。My name is David. Last name is Yan, Y-U-E-N.
Right. All right. And I'm going to now tell him, hold on here a minute. Let me figure out how I want to do this. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth? Interpreter, could you say that?
Yes.
您是不是愿意宣誓，您在这里所有所说的都是真实的，都是实话，
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
而且是完整的实话，没有不是实话都不会说。
Right. And now tell him we're going to have his documents put up, but could he first tell us what is it he wants to do?
好，我们现在把您的这个文件显示出来，请问您今天是要申请什么东西？
申请我的那个房子做那个餐厅。
I'd like to convert this house into a restaurant.
Okay, so why don't we start the presentation and tell him when he sees the documents, tell us what we're looking at.
好的，请你告诉我们，您看到屏幕上的这一幅图是什么图？
那个就是餐厅那个图纸。
This is a drawing for the restaurant.
Okay, so why don't we move on to the next plans you have? What else you have? Move on, please, sir.
再往下看。
Okay.
这个是什么？
So is that the restaurant on the corner there?
Yep.
这个角落的餐馆就是您的餐馆是吗？
Yes.
Is it currently a restaurant?
它现在是一个餐厅吗
No.
No.
Okay. Continue with the documents.
请往下一页。
Sir, could you move the thank you. So why don't you explain, sir, what we have here?
请你说明一下这个图表是什么图表？
这个就是餐厅的第一楼的图面。
This is a picture of the first floor, the drawing of the restaurant.
Okay. Right. And then is that the second floor?
那最下方是不是2楼的这个描述？
Yes.
And what's in the basement?
是的。那请问地下室是什么用途？地下室
那个前货。
仓库放东西是吗？
Yeah， 对。
Warehouse storeroom.
Okay. Could he show us where the kitchen is?
请您告诉我厨房在哪里？
就在那个后面嘛，餐厅后面。
This is behind the restaurant.
Oh, okay. In the rear portion of the restaurant.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. And then tell us what's all on the second floor.
那2楼是怎么样的情况？
用给员工有时候开那个 party 啊，什么东西。
This is I need to clarify the first part. 您说给员工，然后就是2个用途，一个是给员工使用，一个是私人的 party 是吗？
Yeah， 对。
Dual purpose. The staff can use it sometimes for private party.
Okay. Is there anything else that he would like to tell us?
还有什么其他的信息资料你要告诉我们的？
没有。
No.
Okay. Do you have any other documents?
你还有其他的文件要显示给我们看吗
So
Yeah.
that's the existing first floor, existing, so right now it's a nail and spa, right?
所以它现在是一个做美甲的一个店，是吗？
那没有做了，那个人给我赶走了。
They're no longer in business. I have kicked them out.
Sure. And for his restaurant, is he going to vent the restaurant, vent the cooking out?
那这个餐馆的厨房会有排油烟吗？会排气排出去吗？
有。
Yes.
Yes. And ask him he'll vent that to the roof?
是透过屋顶排出去的吗？
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Questions from the board?
请这个委员会的委员有任何问题可以提出来。
好的。
Yes.
So you're going to have table
What are your
service?
hours of operation?
请
Hours
问
of
您
operation?
请问您的餐厅是几点开到几点
10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
？10 a.m. to
7 days a week?
一个星期7天
係啊。
？Yes.
Any other questions, Michael?
还有其他问题
go
吗
ahead.
Any other questions?
Yeah, do those hours also extend for the event space upstairs?
This interpreter, can you please repeat the question? You're saying
Do
the
the
hour
hours
can
from
be
10 a.m. to 10 p.m. extend to the space on the second floor?
这个早上10点到晚上10点，1楼、2楼都是一样，是吗
不一样，2楼不一样的。
？The second floor hour is different.
Okay, then what are the hours for the second floor?
那2楼是几点到几点呢
5点到10点。
？5 to 10.
Okay, and then will the second floor share the same kitchen facilities?
那2楼也是用1楼，同样用1楼的厨房，是吗
Yes.
？Yes.
Any other questions?
还有其他
Yeah.
的问题吗？
Yes, again, we're doing the venting through the roof.
好，再讲一下关于排气是从屋顶排是吗
Yes.
？Yes, venting through the roof.
And how many seats are we planning to have?
餐馆里面会有多少座位
餐厅里面大概30位左右。
？About 30.
And that's for the restaurant?
Yes.
Okay. And what about the event space?
那您说那个私人的这个 party 的地方，那里能够多少人呢？
大概是40个人左右。
The interpreter, I need to clarify the answer.
Sure.
那个私人的那个 party 的地方，那个地方40个人，不是加上30个位置以后，总共40个人，对吗？
总共是70个位置。
总共70。
哎呀，楼上是40，楼下30。
The total size is 70, 30 downstairs and 40 upstairs.
Okay. And when we say events, what are we talking about?
您说这个私人宴会或者是特别的这种聚会，可不可以说明一下是什么样的情况？
私人的。
Just private party.
Will the second floor be used for table service or dining activities if there's not a rental?
那2楼会不会拿来做一般的餐馆，还是只是单纯是私人宴会使用？
宴会使用的。
所以2楼。
对。
All right. This is I didn't quite get the full answer.
Okay, well, let's see if we can do it.
Okay. 2楼会不会变成餐厅的一部分？楼下坐不下了，可以到楼上坐，还是2楼完全只有私人的宴会可以用
？2楼只有私人宴会。
The second floor is restricted to private party, not part of the serving restaurant, the regular restaurant part.
Okay.
Any other questions? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson.
请问律师有没有问题？
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the audience or the virtual audience?
No
律师没
hands
有
at
问
this
题。
time, Chair.
Planning
其他
Commission,
Amy Board with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from the current CMX1 commercial mixed use to CMX 2.5.
This interpreter, so I know you stated changing zoning from one type to the other type. Is that a approve or whatever? I don't know whether.
no, she hasn't got to that point yet.
No, I'm just pausing in between because it's a long text.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. 就是您这个地址呢，是从一种商业的用途转换成另外一种不同商业的用途。
The proposed sit-down restaurant would be allowed by right, and the proposed assembly entertainment would be allowed with special exception.
那这个如果用来做餐厅，我们基本上是可以同意的，可是有一些例外。
The assembly and entertainment is not likely to have a strong impact on surrounding properties.
就是这个在餐厅里面这些人的聚集呢，不可以影响到附近的其他的其他的房子房地。
不会的。
No, it won't.
The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variances for sit-down restaurant and assembly and entertainment.
Thank you. MI 2025.
这个规划委员会建议允许把这个地址改成餐厅，让人聚集，可以有一些娱乐的活动。
MI 2025-006370.
这个案
6624 Castor Avenue. I vote yes.
关于这个案件这个地址主席的投票是赞成。
Thank you.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
这位委员也投赞成。
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
这位委员也投赞成。
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
这位委员也投赞成。
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
这位委员也赞成。
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes.
这位委员也同意。
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
You have
very
your
much.
votes.
谢谢。
Number 5. MI 2025-006265, 90 Rochelle Avenue. Alan Nachumson is the attorney. Paul Toner is also an attorney for the protestants.
This interpreter, sorry to interrupt.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Do I need to
interpreter.
stay? All right. If
No,
I'm
you're
done,
good.
I will
You're
be
very good.
disconnected.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for
Appreciate it.
using our service. You all have a wonderful
Sure.
day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Nachumson, I think you were sworn sometime early this morning. Am I right?
That is correct.
All right. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Alan Nachumson.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yes, my client is to the left of me, or at least their representative. My client is Little White Dog, Doggy Daycare, and to the left of me is Barbara Berman.
All right. And Mr. Toner, are you there? Mr. Toner's not here today? Okay, so you're one of the protestants, right? Okay. Okay, all right. And our vice chair has a few questions for you, Mr. Hopkins.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to the accuracy?
I do.
Okay, you can share your screen, proceed with your case.
Let me just make sure I have the right screen up. I do. All right, so this is the third time this board has heard this case. In 2019, this board granted a temporary variance for 5 years with regarding to this establishment. In 2023, which was appealed to the Court of Common Pleas by the protestant. And, you know, the Court of Common Pleas upheld the board's decision granting the temporary variance. That trial court decision was not appealed to the Commonwealth Court. In 2023, this board also granted a 3-year temporary variance. That decision was also appealed to the trial court level, which the trial court upheld the granting of the variance, and that was eventually appealed to the the Commonwealth Court, where decisions pending on the 3-year temporary variance. This temporary variance that was issued in 2023 is expiring June 1st of 2026. That's why we're here today. So I wanted to just, we'll go over the notice of refusal, the letter of support, which the community now is asking this board to, previously, I believe they stated to grant temporary variances. Now, specifically in this iteration of these appeals, they're asking for a permanent variance. We have petitions, letters of support by nearby neighbors. We have the letters of support that were previously issued. We have the notice decision in 2023. We have the kennel license of my client reviews, the lower northwest plan, which has indicated they want to change the zoning from RSA 3 to something that's more in conformance to what we're proposing. And you'll see from the pictures too of, what is more appropriate than the RSA 3 zoning. Maps of the area, photographs of the property inside and out, floor plans, or RCO meeting notice or application for appeal, or lease, which the term goes through January 31st of 2032. So if the board feels inclined to grant another temporary variance, which I ask not to, it's, having a doggy daycare is not like a lucrative like business, where every 3 to 5 years you have to hire an attorney to go through this process with the ZBA, the Court of Common Pleas, and now the Commonwealth Court. So we would ask that this would be a permanent variance, but if the board feels so inclined not to grant a permanent variance, it should be through January 31st of 2032. And then the certificate of tax clearance. And again, to the left of me is Barbara Berman, the owner's representative. Here's our refusals. Everything mimics from the previous time. We're not changing the use. It's a doggy daycare. We're also doing boarding. My dog Knox has been there before, so he has enjoyed the services there. So I can speak as a consumer that this is a very well run, established doggy daycare. And by the way, he was after.
In every one of your cases, you seem to walk through, live near. So I just want you to know that there's not a case you come here that you don't have some relationship. So
yes, and I will say this though. That he was not we were not a consumer until after we were hired. So we saw the facility, we were very impressed by the facility. And, as if anyone's a dog owner knows, at least my wife treats the dog better than me. So she,
I have no comment about that.
But, she also has an office there and, and that's, one of the last refusal about more than one principal use. And she has a retail component. She's selling some, dog supplies, nothing crazy. The letter of support, as you can see, it was overwhelming. I do think it's right here where they say, the WICA board feels that continued uncertainty around the doggy daycare use is bad for the business owner and bad for the dog owners in our neighborhood. It's a very dog-friendly neighborhood. If possible, we feel that now would be a good time for the variances requested to be granted permanently. And as a matter of background, the board independently granted a variance to allow 10 single-family homes on this rather large lot that's independent of our building structure.
Yep.
And my client in her lease has an option to purchase that building once there's a planned community created. So her ultimate intention is to purchase that building. So again, she's not just a tenant, she's a hopeful owner of this building. And she would need, in order to get financing, she would need to have a permanent variance. You can see there was overwhelming support for this variance request. And then again, petition, letters of support. She employs, people within the neighborhood too. So they're the dog owners, a lot of the dog owners in the neighborhood attend this doggy daycare. She employs people in the neighborhood. In addition to this location, she had a previous location for some time. She's a well-regarded and experienced operator. And then these are the letters. There's so many of them. trying to get through them. And then this is the letter of support in 2023 from WICA. Again, I believe there they only asked the board to grant a temporary variance. I haven't looked at it in some time, but I believe that's the difference. And then here's the notice of decision, which shows that, you know, it expires June 1st, 2026. Of course, we would agree to the proviso commercial trash pickup 3 times a week, which the board put in the 2023 decision, showing that, you know, she's operating legally, reviews 4.9 stars. The lower northwest plan, I believe, I'm trying to see what it is, but it's not RSA 3. I think they're, at least from here, it looks like ICMX. You can see we're near the train tracks. We're behind the train tracks. It's a rather large lot, irregular. It's kind of on a cul-de-sac. Photographs of the property. So this is the drive aisle that, you know, for this building. And as you can see, this building speaks nothing of RSA 3. It has a long history. I think it was a government office building. It was other offices. So it has a long history of non-residential use. And where the dogs stay outside is in the front. Oops. And then you can see the posting for today's hearing. This is the protestant who's to the left of us. As you can see, their building is substantially set back from like our building. And here's another angle from the building. This is where the customers come in. This is the rear yard. Really nothing's going on there. There's no dog play there. It's all in the directed to the front, away from the neighboring property owners. And then this is just a parking lot. It's meant really for employees, temporary parking. I've done it myself where during those hours in front of the building, there's really not much going on. You park in front of the building. It's on street, you know, parking on the street. You go in, you go out pretty quick. This is Rochelle Avenue to the right of the property. It's a beautiful neighborhood. You know, it's a dog-friendly neighborhood, to say the least. Rochelle to the left of the property. Oh, let's just make this a little smaller so you can see it. And then interior photos. This is the reception area where, you know, the owners are greeted to pick up the dogs. Different interior photos, well maintained, well kept. And then this is just the floor plans that we created ourselves, obviously not to scale. But if you come in here, that was that reception area. There's different playrooms, nap rooms for the dogs. Overnight, there's a huge playroom in the lower level, too, and different nap rooms. And again, the outdoor areas in the front, too. And then Barbara can talk about the hours of operation and things like that. We met with the community on December 10th at 7 p.m. This is proof of us emailing, not just a notice, but proof of mailing of that notice. We sent it to, here it looks like 35 addresses. It was a very well-attended meeting, though. List of the addresses, proof of mailing to those addresses, our application for appeal, notice of refusal, project information form, the lease. And I'm going to stop sharing my screen here. This is the lease and many amendments, and it's long. So I just want to kind of, but we have that as an exhibit. And then the last thing is, and I'll just kind of put that as the last page. Hold on, let me just get through that. Let's do the tax clearance certificate. Oops, trying to get there. All right, there we go. Let me reshare my screen. That shows technically a balance of $11,534.36, but that's all due for 2026 taxes, which are not due. With that being said, I would ask that Barbara be sworn in, and I have a couple questions for her.
Could you please state get a little closer to the mic for me, right? Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
My name is Barbara Berman, B-E-R-M-A-N.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
All right, Barbara, you heard everything I had to state today. You have to.
Yes.
Is it true and correct?
Yes,
And do you adopt it as your own testimony?
yes.
All right, well, why don't you give the board a little bit of background on who you are and how you got into this business?
Sure. Thank you very much. I have actually been in business for about 13 years. I decided to leave my corporate world to hang out with my dog more often. So we've been in the new space for about 6 years. It works out really well. It's all cement block, so you don't really hear anything on the outside. The dogs are separated by playrooms. We have many, many clients that live in the neighborhood that walk there. All of my staff live within the neighborhood as well.
Are you okay?
Yeah. Trying to think what else. We have trash pickup 3 times a week in a covered trash can. The dogs are out for a couple of hours during the day between probably about 11 and 12 or 11 and 1. They cycle out depending on the groups. And they may be outside for about 15, 20 minutes around 7 o'clock if they're staying over to go to the bathroom.
All right.
So they're not out much.
So, and we discussed this at previous hearings, but I just want to make sure for record-keeping purposes, we have that here. How much money have you invested, or how much money did you initially invest into the lease premises?
This premises, we've at least about $85,000 to $90,000 to get the property ready for the dogs. There needs to be rubber on the floors. Everything needs to be sealed. It needs to be inspected by the dog warden, which comes every 6 months. So everything has to be ship shape.
All right. So the dog warden. So this is also regulated by what type of entities?
The state has an ND. The Philadelphia County has a dog warden that comes out and inspects the property and our records twice a year.
All right. What are the hours of operation of the doggy daycare?
Sure. So we're open 7 to 7 Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5:30 for daycare on Saturdays, and we are closed on Sundays. Sundays are for cleaning and for if we have a couple of boarders. So obviously somebody is there to be with the dogs.
All right. And then overnight care, do you have that?
We do. It's not very popular. We have, a couple dogs maybe a week. I mean, during holidays, we might have 5 or 6, but it's usually very few. And they have rooms at the back of the building where they can sleep, and they have little suites, so they're comfortable and nobody can hear them.
All right. And then how many employees do you have generally?
Between 9 and 10 for the most.
And was it true and accurate what I stated that you do have some employees that live within the neighborhood?
Yes, I do have somebody within the neighborhood. They are walking distance.
Okay. And during any one shift, how many employees do you have working there?
The most would be 4 at a time.
Okay. And then generally, how many dogs do you have at the daycare at any time?
Between probably 30 to 40, 45.
Okay.
45 is usually once or twice a week.
Okay. And you also have an office there, right? So that's one of our requests.
Yeah, I have a small office that is actually kind of not helpful because it's very loud. Dogs.
Yes. But from the outside, you cannot hear.
No. But the dogs are literally right next to my office. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And and you have a retail component. Can you explain to the board what your retail component
A
includes?
very small retail shelf that just has some treats or like things that they can grab on their way out if they want to grab something for their dog.
Yeah.
No food, nothing crazy, just treats.
Yeah. And what's the inspiration behind the name Little White Dog?
I used to be in online marketing and would bring my little dog with me to work. He even got a conference room named after him. And after a while, I just realized that that's what I would rather be with my dog and help other dogs and other people instead of being the corporate world. So I broke away and opened up Little White Dog.
All right. And do you live in close proximity to the operations?
Yes, I live 2 miles away in East Falls.
Okay.
Many of people in East Falls actually come to daycare as well. I see them all the time.
Okay. And then in terms of the outdoor area, how do you protect in terms of privacy and such?
Oh, right. So the front area is completely fenced in with double privacy screens, so the dogs cannot see out and people cannot see in.
Okay. And I think you indicated this, but in terms of dealing with the waste, can you restate that?
Oh, sure, absolutely. So we have just a trash can with a lid. It gets picked up 3 times a week. by Republic Trash, and we haven't had an issue.
Okay. And what was the condition of the premises prior to you occupying it?
It was pretty empty. It looked, they did some renovations. It looked like there had been a lot of computer work and stuff done in there. So it was just sort of an empty shell from an office.
All right. I have no further questions at this point. I will state this, that under the doctrines of vested rights and variance by estoppel, given the amount of time and money she's invested in this space, I believe that in addition to proving our hardship because of the history of the property and the way it is, you know, the configuration of it, and given that the 2035 plan calls for it to be ICMX, I believe that we met our burden for undue hardship. But even if we didn't, I believe that based on the doctrines of vested rights and variance by estoppel, we would also be allowed to have this variance request approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Excuse me,
but-
Mr. Chair. I believe we can give see if Mr. Snyder has any questions for Mr. Knockhamson's witness.
Sure.
You have any questions, sir?
He's not an attorney, is he, Hillary?
No, but he could still ask questions because he's a party.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll excuse myself from this chair so he can at least, I don't know if he was sworn in and has, you know, a mic.
Come on up.
Yeah. Yes, go ahead, sit there, and we'll need to swear you in, sir.
Good afternoon. My
please-
name is Andrew Snyder, ANDREW.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed. Do you have questions?
I do. How did the dogs behave during the recent street resurfacing along Ridge Avenue?
How did they behave? There was some barking at the trucks, but I mean, it was all day long, so they got used to it. Kind of like the train that constantly goes by and shakes the building.
Was the barking not also all day long?
No, I don't believe so.
We have a different recollection of that.
Sure you do.
Okay. Is that, do you have any other questions?
That's the only question I have at this time.
All right. Thank you, sir. Questions from the board?
Yeah, my question was, at any given time, how many dogs are staying over or boarding
At the most we've had, is that what you're asking? Or,
Yes.
I think the most we've had are about 10 and dogs at a time.
Other questions?
I have a question about
And on average, on
On
average, how many do you? Yeah,
During
how many
during
you?
the day?
And they stay overnight? They stay overnight?
On average,
We have
we
overnight
about-
stays.
Overnight stays, on average, maybe a couple a week. We don't, it's not necessarily, consistent. I mean, it's a little more when people are going on vacation, but it's not like, we're not a kennel, so there's not dogs there every day.
Gotcha. Okay.
I have a question about drop off. The majority of your patrons, are they dropping the dogs off on foot or are they driving them to your facility?
Seems to be a little 50-50, but they do drive to the facility. They'll pull into the parking lot or park right in front of the building and drop off.
And do you know like approximately how long that from the time a person parks the car, drops the dog off?
A few minutes.
Few minutes.
Shouldn't be more than 5 if they have to wait for another dog to come out.
And then I know daycare is different for
Yeah, yeah.
dogs, but like, is there like a definite time that everyone has to pick up their dog, or does everybody have different sort of pickup times?
They have to pick them up by 7 p.m. or they get charged $1 a minute late fee.
Okay.
No, I would, well, except on Wednesdays, maybe. By the way, I also would move to incorporate into the record both transcripts of the previous hearings, which has a lot of the same testimony, but in case we missed anything, especially about the history of the property, I'm trying to streamline this process, but you can see that this building is not an ours.
Okay. Other questions? All right. Questions or comments from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments in the audience?
Hi, Chair. We have a hand up from Sarah Fluke.
Okay.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Wow. Sarah, you have a couple devices on at one time. Sarah?
Yes.
Oh,
Is Sarah the next door?
do we have anyone, Sarah, did you shut one of the devices off? Sarah? Okay. Okay, all right. Is there anyone else besides Sarah with their hand up?
Not at this time, Chair.
Okay, yes, sir, you want to come up and say something? All right, come on.
Last week,
Sure, do me a favor, just state your name again so that.
my name is Andrew Snyder.
Yep, we're good.
Last week, Mr. Toner submitted all the documents related to our appeal, which is currently pending.
Yep.
And I have this letter to read.
Sure.
That's okay. Okay. As the board is aware, Little White Dog has submitted multiple applications to operate a dog kennel adjacent to our single-family home. The board granted a temporary variance on July 26, 2019, and a second temporary variance on May 24th, 2023. During those last two applications, we strongly opposed both for the same reasons we are opposing to the current application before the board today. The operation of a dog kennel with frequent barking and general intense disturbances imposes a very significant hardship on us. After the board issued its last decision, my wife and I exercised our right and filed an appeal. Our case is currently pending before the Commonwealth Court. Last week, we submitted to the board a copy of our appellant brief and reproduced records, which are currently both before the Commonwealth Court. As we continue to rely on the legal arguments raised in our appellate brief as to why the Little White Dog care is not a legal or appropriate use of an anti-Rochelle, and ask the board to adopt these arguments as our opposition to the Little White Dog's current application.
Okay.
As a minimum, we believe the board should not issue any decision regarding the current application unless or until the Commonwealth Court is able to address the legal issues currently on appeal. We understand that some of our neighbors and employees of Little White Dog Care support this application. Those individuals and their dogs do not live immediately adjacent to this very significant operation. We do. When we purchased our home, this building was used as an office. If we had known that a dog kennel could be opened up next door, we would have not chosen to purchase our current home.
Is that the end of the letter, sir?
Yeah.
Do you have anything else for us?
Yeah, the property is currently zoned, I believe, RSA 3.
Yes, I believe it is.
Not industrial as indicated by
That's
Alan?
why they need a variance, right?
Hmm?
That's why they need a variance?
Yeah. The white fence, one of those pictures that were shown by Ellen.
Right.
Doesn't exist. It's a rendering of a proposed use for the back lot. We won, I think, the first appeal at the Commonwealth Court for the first variance, and then it was sent back to the zoning board, and that hearing was never held before the second variance was approved, and we appealed that one too, of course.
Okay.
And the sound ordinance, it's illegal to have 5 or more dog sounds within a 5-minute period. At the last public hearing, the appellant was boasting that the organization in charge of enforcing the sound ordinance had not imposed any fines.
I don't remember that. I'm sorry about that.
That wasn't in front of the zoning board. That was at the
okay.
RCO meeting. which I thought was a weird thing to admit in public.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for, you spent a lot of time down here today. I saw you out there, so we appreciate your time. Right.
May I just respond?
Sure.
Just as cleanup, what I showed was the 2035 plan, which proposes to have this property as ICMX. I didn't state it was ICMX. I'm just saying that was a proposal by the Planning Commission. I will also want to highlight the fact that each property is behind train tracks, which rather loud in nature. And then finally, while you couldn't hear from the testimony of that individual because of the sound issues, they live immediately to the left of the protestant. And as an officer of the court, I will state, given my client stated to me that that person would have testified positively towards this variance request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. At the time the district plan was written, the property was zoned I-1 light industrial. In 2014, the plan recommended a change to ICMX industrial commercial mixed use. In 2016, the property was remapped to RSA3 residential single family. The proposed other animal services, retail sales of pet supplies, and business and professional office would be allowed by right under the district plan recommended zoning of ICMX. There is a documented history of the proposed uses. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variances for animal services and boarding, retail sales of pet supplies, and business and professional office.
Thank you. MI 2025-006265. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Aya Wynn, my vote is yes.
Thank you, counsel. Thank you,
Thank you very
Mayor.
much.
Thank you, sir. 6. Alan, wait, I think I have,
You know what? My computer's about to die, so I want to plug it in or.
sure, I'll go to the, well, you have 2 in a row. I'll go to the next one. Oh, fine. Andrea Solomon, please. MI 2025-006392, 7300 Frankfurt Avenue.
They're being promoted to panelist chair.
Thank you.
Okay, she's here. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Good afternoon, Andrea Solomon, ANDREA-SALOMON from Claire Harrison on behalf of Spectrum Health Services, Inc., the tenant of the property.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right,
I haven't
but
gotten
then it's just,
the,
before we start, before I give it to you, Hillary, this is going to be a hold.
Well, so I had a question as I was reviewing the documents because it says that the fencing is accessory to financial services use, but your client appears to be a group medical practice.
that's correct. There are multiple tenants and multiple uses on the property. I'm not sure why on the refusal there's also another slight typo. It says the fence is along Tyen Avenue, but it's Ryan Avenue.
Right.
And this is accessory to the group medical offices. There's a Fulton Bank adjacent to the property, but this is the suite next to that.
So is the tenant's the one that applied for the fence?
Yes.
Okay, so we may just need, and there are multiple suites at this address.
That's correct.
The fence is only for one of the units.
That's correct.
Okay, so I think we may want to have the refusal
Corrected.
corrected. So we can hear this, but we just hold it to correct the refusal, and I can reach out to Ellen and I about that.
Okay.
Because I was a little confused based on who your
That-
client was and what the refusal said.
Yep, great.
Council, before I go to our vice chair, there is a letter of unanimous non-opposition from Mayfair Civic. Applicant also provided a petition of support with 55 signatures, letter of support from Mayfair Business Improvement, and a letter of support from JVS Human Services. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, with exception of the letter from Mayfair Civic Association. Our RCO meeting was last night, so that was submitted today.
Yep, thank you. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Well, minus the discussion that we just had, that it does appear that it needs to be corrected to reflect
right, thank you.
that it's accessory to the group medical.
You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. I still have not
Yeah,
received.
I need, I need to recuse myself from this. I didn't realize this was on today. I'm actually on the board of Spectrum, so I need to recuse myself from this case. I
mean,
know. It's a bit of day of
third one today.
recusals.
Come on, Michael.
I know.
Go ahead, Andrew.
I'm sorry, I still have not been promoted as panelist and haven't gotten the prompt to accept.
I'm sorry. If you could just accept it, I sent it out twice.
There we go. And Veronica Milburn Hill is here, the CEO of Spectrum. I just want to make sure that she is
We'll
also
have her
promoted.
available, and then as soon as you're done, I'll bring her.
Great.
Okay.
Share. Okay, here we go. As Chairman Bergman stated, this is we have letters of support from a couple of the affected RCOs, including the Mayfair Civic Association, a petition of support, and full support from the Mayfair Business Improvement District and the adjacent neighbor, JEVS. This is an application to document an existing fence along Ryan Avenue, which is the effective rear of the property. This is an old theater that has since been converted. Oh, my screen is lagging. There we go. That has since been converted to multiple uses, the Fulton Bank, and then the adjacent suites 2 or 3 are the suites that Spectrum occupies. The front entrance of Spectrum is along Cotman Avenue. Even though this property has a Frankfurt Avenue address, the Frankfurt Avenue frontage is quite minimal. The Cotman Avenue frontage being the primary, and the fence is along the effective rear of the property along Ryan Avenue. We received a letter of refusal because the Ryan Avenue is considered a street frontage, and so it only allows for a 4-foot fence, and we're requesting a variance for the 8-foot fence. Spectrum is a nonprofit that has been serving Philadelphia for more than 58 years. It's a 501c3 and provides all basic medical care. Veronica can talk a little bit more about the services provided, but they have 4 locations throughout Philadelphia and have been at this particular location for over 3 years. They really renovated the space, and in our discussions with the community, the fence actually has enhanced the rear. Before, the neighbors were seeing the trash and the just really the rear of the property. Now it's blocked off a bit with this fencing, and really improved the outlook for the neighborhood. There are some debates about whether it's the most aesthetically pleasing fence, but it's a fence blocking the trash, and the Mayfair Business Improvement District also actually uses the space, works with Spectrum to store the temporary fencing that they use for the tree lighting ceremony and for their Thursday's night market in the summertime. The property is zoned CMX 2.5, and again, really we're here on this very technical, a technicality that even though this is the effective rear of the property, the Ryan Avenue is considered also one of the frontages. I still have a little bit of a lag, but these are the site photographs. This first photograph that I'm indicating is the along Cotman Avenue where the main entrance for Spectrum is, and the other two showcase the existing fence that we're trying to document and the rear of the property along Ryan. As we already spoke about, this is the, in red is the suite that Spectrum occupies. The Fulton Bank, the financial services occupies suite 1, and so the fence is along suite 3. It's suite 2 and 3 that Spectrum has occupied. The refusal, which we'll ask be corrected. And with that, I'd ask that Veronica be promoted as panelist.
Sure. So the fence is already up.
Yes.
Okay, yep. And the business group used the same area a little bit for you, Mayfair?
Yes, the Business Improvement District, they've used the area to,
For their equipment,
to
right.
store their
Yep.
equipment, right?
Right.
So back there are the garbage cans and
yep.
electric, and it's also a security.
Okay. Veronica, right?
Yes,
Veronica?
Veronica, if you're with us, can you raise your
Yes.
hand? Oh,
Hi.
great.
Hi, Veronica, do you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Veronica Hill Milbourne, Veronica Hill, Hill hyphen Milbourne,
You swear?
MIL.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Hi, Veronica. Did you hear the entirety of my presentation today?
I did, and I agree with everything you said. You did a fabulous job representing
Great.
Spectrum.
Great. It's true and accurate.
It is.
And you adopt it as your own testimony.
I do.
And is there anything else that you'd like to add today? Tell the board a little bit about the services you provide.
Yeah. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to present this afternoon. Spectrum, as our attorney mentioned, has been serving Philadelphia's most vulnerable citizens, providing an array of healthcare services for over 58 years. We are well respected for the quality of care that we provide. I like to say that we provide everything that a patient or family would need from birth to grave. So that includes OBGYN, adult primary care, pediatrics, dental, behavioral health. We have a pharmacy also at the Cotman Health Center. We provide podiatry, nutrition, infectious disease. And the beautiful thing about Spectrum as a federally qualified health center is that we never turn anyone away because of their inability to pay. So we offer patients the option of having a sliding fee. And in this current climate, when we know that many of Philadelphia's citizens are losing Medicaid coverage, it is essential to have a provider like Spectrum available to communities to provide this, healthcare services and support. We have been very integrated into the Northeast community, well received. Last year alone, we served almost 14,000 patients throughout Philadelphia, and we have conducted a number of community outreach programs. As our attorney mentioned, we're very involved with the community and quite visible. This fence has, I believe, enhanced that location. Prior to our fence and our health center, there was trash and debris. It was unsightly. As you can see from the photos, it is greatly improved and enhanced. I know that last night, the Mayfair RCO had concerns about our ability to maintain the property. We take great pride in the aesthetic appearance of our facilities. They're absolutely beautiful. I welcome you to come visit us someday.
Thank you so much, Veronica. And with that, we'll take questions from the board.
Okay, I mean, questions from the board. questions or comments from our attorney, Hillary Anderson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the audience or the virtual audience?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning to the current CMX2 commercial mixed use. The appellant has demonstrated that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. But the fence is proposed at the backside of the facility and serves to screen trash and utilities. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for fence height.
Okay, we're going to hold the vote on this till we have the correct.
Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. A hand just went up from Adani Smith.
Okay.
You're allowed to speak.
Hello, everyone.
Could you please state your name as spelled for the stenographer?
Yes, sir. Donnie Smith, DONNY SMITH.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Smith, are you a neighbor?
I am a resident in Mayfair, also the executive director of the Mayfair Business.
All right, thank you very much. Please proceed.
Yes, I just wanted to mention on a few things about the property itself. It's even though Ryan Avenue is considered, I guess, a frontage, it's very much the rear of the building. And prior to Spectrum Health showing up, we've had other businesses, in that facility. And behind there is where the dumpsters and trash and what have you, whatnot, were always placed. And having this fence placed in front of those things now greatly enhances the appearance of the rear of the building itself. It's a chain link fence with blue strips placed inside of it, but you can still see through the fence. It greatly enhanced the appearance of the community of Ryan Avenue, and Spectrum Health has been a great neighbor for the community. And I also wanted to point out that even though 7300 Frankfurt Avenue at one time was the Philadelphia famous Mayfair movie theater. Just if you've ever been to Mayfair area, you'd be familiar with the old Mayfair movie theater. The two businesses that would have the frontage on Ryan Avenue would be Spectrum Health and Jebs, both of which Jebs has also submitted a letter of support. With your blessing, I think there shouldn't be any reason why they shouldn't fly through. If you have any questions, I'm happy to.
Thank you very much for taking the time to call us. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Planning Commission. Oh, I'm sorry. We're done. We're done. Okay. You'll be back when we get it corrected. Okay.
Okay, so I'll be in touch to get the date of the vote, or just
We'll try to
Well,
have
once you bring it back, we'll vote public.
Yeah, I'll work on the corrected refusal. We'll try to have this voted next week, if not the week after.
Great.
So
Thank you
Alright.
so much. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you. Mr. Knockhamson, please.
Okay. Somebody was calling me. I wonder. Leaving a voicemail. See if this was CMS.
So, Mr. Knockhamson, MI 2025-006-268, 6204-208 Oxford Avenue. Mr. Knockhamson, just for the record, could you please state your name?
Alan Knockhamson.
You've already been sworn, and we have a letter of non-opposition from the 35th Ward Democratic Executive Committee. Our vice chair has a few questions, sir.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
So I represent Northeast Oxford Realty LP, better known here as Extra Space Storage. And to my left is Daniel Smith, one of its representatives. And we have an unfortunate situation in this respect. This property has been in this condition as a storage facility since 1987. A couple years ago, there was a fire in a portion of one of the storage structures. We needed to get, to do, renovation work for that storage structure. Because of that, we now fall within the updated landscaping requirements for our parking lot. And because of that, and I'll share I think my screen's being shared, right? Trying
Yeah, you shared already.
Yeah, trying to get it full screen mode, sorry. Because of that, with the refusal, we're being required to put 5 trees, right, as a perimeter abutting a residential district. We're like adjacent to affordable housing development. We're an I-2 property in a really industrial part of town, but we do border an affordable housing development. And then they want additional 29 interior trees based on the code requirement. All we're trying to do is legalize the parking lot that's been there for almost 40 years, 133 parking spaces. So, you know, ultimately we're trying to get a variance for something that's existed for forever. We have a letter of non-opposition from the community, as the chairman stated. They don't oppose this project. And then just aerial views, like basically this is the parking we're trying to legalize. That's 133 parking spaces. We have no room to put any landscaping there. This is just, you know, growth, but like there's parking spots on that. And, you know, we're adjacent to a governmental facility where we cannot like put coverage near our adjoining property line. The government prevents us from doing that, so we can't put it there. We're also we're leasing the place from PECO, where there's power lines hovering over our property anyway, so we couldn't really put trees there anyway, and that's the hardship as well. And you know, I think there is a vested rights argument and you know, a variance by estoppel in the sense it's been 40 years of this use, and we're not changing anything. It's just because we had to do reconstruction of part of the facility due to something outside of our control. So, and this is what the facility has looked since, you know, 2017. And again, this is just us right here. So we're, you know, and this is 2008, and then 1996, as far as 1996. So nothing's changed in all this time. My client purchased the facility in 1993. Maps of the area, we're an I-2 property. Photographs, again, you know, this is an extra space storage facility since 2007, and you can see all these power lines here. So I don't think it would be conducive to having much landscaping or trees here. And it's the hearing notice poster. And then this is the subject parking, which has existed since 1987. And this is Oxford Avenue to the right of the property, to the left of the property, our plans and drawings. And I'm trying to like kind of expand out here. But like, here's Oxford Avenue. You kind of go into this common, you know, driveway here. You have, you know, basically the actual storage facility is here, and there's a common curb here. And then you go into, where's the, I think, oh, the driveway's right here. And then here are all the parking spaces here. It's just a gravel parking lot, but there's really no room, you know, to, you know, because it's a 2-way drive aisle. There's really no room to put any type of landscaping. We couldn't put it here either because, you know, we need drive aisles to get to these storage lockers. And then this is our RCO meet.
What's the testimony about a government agency is there?
Yeah, they're joining us.
What is it?
The Naval Center.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
so
Okay.
I think from a security risk, we can't
yeah.
cover their sight line.
Right.
So I think that's a pretty big hardship there. And we met with the community on December 3rd, right? And then we emailed that notice a few weeks beforehand, showing proof of mailing of that notice too. And we, you know, it's not much density around here. And then proof of mailing of that notice, our application for appeal, notice refusal, project information form, the lease to the property. And I did look, it does reference the parking lot. And this is an amended and restated lease. I think it's 2017, the most recent iteration of it. But if you look at, I think, use of the premises, it talks about a parking lot for cars, trucks, boats, and recreational vehicles. There is some storage within that parking lot as well. Nothing's changed in that period of time. And the lease goes through 2046. I'm just trying to get through the lease. And then the last thing would just be the tax clearance certificate, which eventually is coming up. There we go. Let me just go back one. There. Well, $72,000 owed is just for this year, so it's not technically due yet. So with that being said, I would ask that Dan be sworn in.
Sir, could you please state your name? Could you lean forward a little bit to the mic? Thank you very much. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Daniel Smith, S-M-I-T-H. Daniel Smith, S-M-I-T-H.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Yes, Mr. Smith, you heard everything I had to state today about your zoning matter.
Yes.
Is it true and correct?
Yes,
And do you adopt this in your own testimony?
I do.
Specifically about the governmental facility that you cannot have any type of coverings restricted to their sight line,
Yes.
as well as the Pico power lines that hover over your facility.
Yes.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
So there's no way for you to do the usual kind of landscaping that we're talking about, like even like shrubs and things like that. Is that?
That is correct, because and I can go through the site plan again, but it's a dedicated 133 parking spaces that's been there for over 40 years. It's been cooked this way for 40 years, where there's drive aisles, and if we changed it up in any way, it would be like, for instance, if we put the shrubs in front of the parking spots, right, and that wouldn't hover over in the sight line, we would have to push those cars back, which would affect the viability of that 2-lane parking aisle.
Got you. So, okay, all right, thank you.
Questions or comments from our attorney? Hillary Emerson.
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the audience or the virtual audience?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Amy Board with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning to the current I-2 medium industrial. The proposal is part of legalizing a parking lot that precedes the landscape code. The application is subject to the landscape and tree code. In a situation where it is not feasible to comply with the code, the Planning Commission staff would consider a waiver from the required landscaping if a fee in lieu is provided. For this application is calculated at 31 trees for a $31,000 fee in lieu, which would otherwise go to Parks and Recreation for the tree fund. The appellant chose not to seek a waiver for the planting requirement, which is considered fee avoidance. The Planning Commission has no objection to the board granting the requested variances for perimeter screening and interior landscape.
Thank you. MI 2025-006-268, 6204-208 Oxford Avenue. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Taya Wynn, my vote is yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Am I saying here?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Okay. Got one more, right?
Yes, I do.
MI 2025-006-277, 907 North 43rd Street. Alan Nachimson is the attorney. Mr. Nachimson, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Alan.
Oh, I'm sorry, you've done that. Yeah,
Alan
just state your
Nachimson.
name, right? And Mr. Nachimson, could you identify your client and tell us the relationship to the property?
Yeah, my client is to the left of me, Felix Ocolo, the owner of the property.
Right, and I see that there's a letter of support from West Belmont Civic Association, 6 in support, 5 in opposition, 2 near neighbors. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Please, our vice chair has just a few questions.
Yes.
Good evening again. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we have.
Okay. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do not stipulate to its accuracy, but we cleaned it up a little bit. There's a labeling of one of the refusals talks about the front setback. We are providing the required setback of 8 feet, but we did do revised plans to kind of, highlight. I think it was just unclear from the revised plans. So we gave revised plans. Hopefully now it's clear that it's an 8-foot front setback.
When you say 8 foot, do you mean at the third floor? Or do you
No,
mean- or
no,
you mean
it's
at
just
the-
we had to be in line with the building structure.
Got you, okay.
Yeah, so it was misinterpreted, but we
Okay.
did it by revised plans.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. You can share your screen, proceed with your case.
All right, thank you. All right, so my client purchased this property as an RM1 property, hoping to put a triplex here. The zoning changed on them, and that's why really we're here today. And it's not out of character to have triplexes here. You'll see that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 triplexes on this block. And we're close to a commercial corridor on Lancaster Avenue. So there's only one refusal here. It deals with the use of this, seeking a 3-family dwelling. As I indicated, the other one was a misinterpretation of our drawings. So we did get a letter of support from the community. And then here's our revised plans, and it says plan revised to clarify matching front setback with adjacent property. And then here are nearby triplexes. And I'm just going to click through, but 940, 903, 913, 917, and 950 North 43rd Street are all triplexes according to public record. Now, there was a bill introduced in 2023 to change the zoning on my client from RM1 to RSA 5. He purchased this property depending on the fact that this was going to be a triplex, he was going to be allowed to do this as of right. So you can see here, it was originally RM1. They changed the zoning to RSA 5. Aerial view, there are 9 vacant lots on his side of the street. We're hoping to encourage development through this triplex use. Again, we're not that far off from Lancaster Avenue, and there is mixed zoning all around both CMX2 and RM1. And then photographs of the property. Right now, it's a vacant lot. This is the property in 2009 before my client owned it. You can see it has a pretty rough history here. This is our proof of our posting for today's hearing. North 43rd Street to the right of the property, to the left of the property, our plans and drawings. We're 3 feet out of the ground, just, so you indicate. And then here you can see how we're matching the property to the left of us from the front setback. Let's just go to the floor plans. So you walk in, there's a common vestibule area, make a right. This is unit number 1, where there's a living room, a kitchen. For light and air, there's an opening here to allow for that, a bathroom, and then the bedroom. And that person does have access to a lower level. Instead of unit number 1, you go up a flight of steps to unit number 2. There are 2 bedrooms, one here, one here. There's a full bath, there's the kitchen area, and here's the living room area. And the same thing is on the 3rd floor as well. And then there's a roof deck. The 2nd and 3rd floor units have a trash room right here, like a ventilated trash room. And then the 1st floor unit has the rear yard to store trash. My client would agree to a proviso commercial trash pickup. Again, we met with the community on January 14th, 2026 at 6 p.m. Proof of mailing of that notice went to the coordinating RCO and other relevant parties a few weeks beforehand. Significant amount of addresses were notified, proof of mailing to those addresses. Our application for appeal on behalf of 907 and 43rd LLC. I think originally I said the owner of the property is Felix Ocolo. He is its member, so he owns in the corporate capacity. Deed to the property showing that 907 and 43rd LLC is the owner of the property. And you can see he purchased the property in 2021 before the change in zoning. And then a certificate of tax clearance. Those monies are not due yet. Again, most importantly here, This would be a by right project under the previous zoning classification through no fault of my client. The zoning changed on him, and now we're here today to ask for a variance.
Alan, was that a new property next door?
I'll defer.
And multiple units too?
I'll defer to Mr. Akalo.
Okay. Sir, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
My name is Felix Okolo, Felixokolo.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Just sit a little closer to the mic.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right,
Counsel?
Before I ask you the three questions, the chairman had a question. Is there a new construction project next door to you?
Yes, there is. There is a three building, which is pretty new, right at the corner of,
Is it multiple units?
yes,
How many units?
it is 3 units.
Okay.
Go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, so I don't know which one it is, but there's 940, 903, 913, 917, and 950. Is that one of them?
Yes, it's just 2.
Yeah, you could see the new siding that was
Yeah.
next to your
Yeah.
house.
Yeah, I just didn't know which address. I just.
All right,
wanted-
okay.
You heard everything I had to state today about your zoning matter, yes?
Yes, I do.
And is it true and correct?
That's correct, yes.
And do you adopt as your own testimony?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Alan, can you show the facade again? And
Sure.
is the drawing doesn't show the adjacent property at 909, I guess?
The one thing I saw was like you showed a sign and I saw new siding next to it.
That's at 903, so.
Okay, okay.
And then there's a vacant
Yes,
lot at
right,
905. I think I understand the setback. I think my concern is that this immediate block is mostly 2-story, single-family houses. Yes, there's the 3-story at the corner. And I think there's a few other newer builds in the block that have a setback at the 3rd floor that's actually not visible from the 2nd floor. And this is now going to be the only one in that line that if aligns with those facades that has a 3rd story. And I just wanted to understand, like, how is your porch aligned with the one next to it?
I think it aligns, you mean in terms of the depth, or I'm trying to understand.
Height. I'm thinking height and where it sits in the site plan.
Okay, let me see the site plan. Let's see. All right, so
Cause it,
I think, just want to make sure, I think our porch aligns with their porch. The intention is to align,
Yes, it's going to be on the same line with the adjacent building.
yeah, and just so, he's a very experienced developer, and you're also a contractor too, right?
That's correct,
Yeah,
yes.
so I'm going to defer to him to answer any questions.
can you just pull the
Yeah, I was just trying to make
yeah,
it,
no, down, up, the other way,
yeah, this way?
other way. Keep moving up so that I can see the front of the building. For you, you want to move it up,
Okay, just keep like this?
no, other way.
All right, there's not much more room left.
This is what I needed. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay.
but your intention is to
So,
line them up.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell on the elevation that there's a setback above the 2nd floor. I mean, this says roof and patio, but on the elevation, it doesn't really, it's hard to
Well,
tell.
Well, the setback, I think, is not the roof itself, it's the setback that you,
So my reading of the refusal was that the buildings had to line up the refusal was indicating that they weren't lined up at the ground floor. Not that there needed to be a 8-foot setback above the 2nd floor, because one of the adjacent structures has 3 stories, so it wouldn't need an 8-foot setback.
Okay.
Either of the adjacent properties.
So-
have 3 stories. This is the 3-story.
No, but there's a picture.
It's two doors down. There's a vacant lot in between.
Oh, it's to the right. So it's not, so it's right.
So-
It's
so
right.
the-
905
That
is a
one actually
vacant lot.
sitting forward of everything on the block, but it's on the corner. So like this is gonna be the first 3-story structure that sits back with the 2-story structures. So I think like just personally, like from a block facade, I would like to see the porches aligned and I would like to see a setback at the third story. It's not required, but. it
Right,
looks
yeah, no,
better.
because the lot is vacant next door, then
Yeah.
that doesn't trigger the
Yeah.
requirement.
The issue, if you set back
Okay.
on the third story, then it goes to a one bedroom,
It does. It does.
which,
I understand that.
and
But I do think it would look better. My personal opinion
No, I-
is it would look better. There's two others already on that block, and it's holding the facade line, and the rest of the block looks really neat, even with the ones that are multifamily, because of that setback. This is going to be the first one to break that.
well, there's 9 vacant lots on our side.
Actually, not on your side, because most of them have been filled in. There's one. It's this one
Okay.
and the one next to it.
Okay, am I not correct?
Let's go with two more.
Okay.
Yeah, it's two.
The other two got filled in. They all got filled in with
Okay.
the building, I'm saying. like,
Okay, I'm just going based on the picture that was provided. Yeah, so,
No,
but in terms of the
she's
vi-
right. They've all been filled in.
They've all been
Okay.
filled in.
All right.
They've all been filled in. Yep.
All right, but Felix, in terms of the viability of this project, would it be viable to basically take a 2-bedroom unit to a 1-bedroom unit?
I don't know, it will not. 2-bedroom is definitely more viable.
Yeah, and again, just looking at the hardship here, like we were looking to do this as a 3-unit by right building. And unfortunately, the zoning changed on us. It's not like we're trying. It happens, but like it's unfortunate. And he purchased this property as an RM1 property. So any type of deviation, and we're not trying to be greedy here. We're not seeking any dimensional variances here. So under those circumstances, we would, request that the board consider that as part of the calculation of deciding whether to grant the zoning variance.
And could you explain a little bit about the opposition from at the community meeting?
Yeah, they were just against anything. I mean, literally, they were like, we just don't want any multifamily here. And we explained, like, I hear you, and this would be a different conversation if this was an RSA 5 property that we purchased. But when it turns from RM1 to RSA 5, that's a real punch in the gut, and to have to wait like 6 months to go through this process and the expense and the uncertainty, especially in these times where it's expensive, to build.
And is your height 38 feet?
Our height is 33 feet.
33 feet, okay.
Yeah, so we're not trying.
With the roof deck?
Well, the roof deck is not covered, it's from the roof line. And then, I would assume that the pilot house, which is probably another 9 feet, maybe 10, I don't think it is, but I think it's 9.
So,
No,
What's the basement? What is the basement? What are you using for the basement?
It's just.
Can you go back to the plan?
Yeah, we're 3 feet out of the ground. Oops. And it's just open down there. There's a laundry down there for the tenant and utilities, but there's nothing really else built down there.
Okay.
Are there any other?
So is it going to be
roof
finished
decks?
or unfinished?
It's going to be.
Is it going to be finished or unfinished?
It's going to be unfinished.
Unfinished. Okay.
Unfinished.
Okay.
And are there any other roof decks?
I can't speak to that. It sounds like maybe you have updated drawings, which I would guesstimate that there are roof decks. Board member Nguyen is nodding in an affirmative fashion, so I believe there would be, but I'm gonna.
Yeah, they built the other new ones.
But they're
So-
set back.
No, the other new ones, the other ones.
Let's.
Yeah, but
let's look-
they don't have roof decks, but they don't have roof decks. I'm looking at Google rather.
So why don't
They
we,
don't have roof decks.
why don't we take a look at this? I mean, so first 2 floors, 2-bedroom apartments on each floor.
No, for unit number 1 is a 1-1 because a 1-bedroom, 1 bath.
Right.
And then unit 2 is a 2-bedroom, 1 bath.
But the 3rd floor, if you set it back, you'd have a 1-bedroom unit?
Yes.
And you can't make it with that? I mean, you're only taking 1 bedroom off this.
Well, I was just considering.
Look up. I see you smile a little bit. Come on now.
Okay, so I was considering he said here, when the property was bought, I actually bought it because it was by right zoning.
Right, I got it. But now we're at this situation we are. And I think you could have a project if you have a 1-bedroom on a 3rd floor. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind you can make that a project.
Well, it's also because of the cost of construction. It's going to cost a lot more money compared to what is going to be
It's
wall.
going to cost a lot more money just with one bedroom?
Yeah, yes, because the one bedroom makes a lot of difference when it comes to.
I think he's saying in relative, like given the cost of construction,
Correct.
the numbers are not going to work. I don't think it's much cheaper to just set it back in terms of construction too. I don't think it's going to, but the issue here is the viability of the income stream.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
but-
Yeah, I think that's the tough part.
Well, I mean, if you look at your plan, you've got and compared to the other second and third floor, you've got a fairly large one bedroom on the first floor. It could be reconfigured as a 2-bedroom, and you can set this third floor back and have the 1-bedroom on the third floor as opposed to the first floor, and the units would be comparable in size.
I
a
think you're
little
losing a little
redesign.
bit with the vestibule area on the first floor. Again, I'm not the architect. I'm just, I leave it.
So I think we've kicked it around, and I think we're ready to move on, and we'll figure out what we're going to do, okay?
Okay, I appreciate it.
Um,
Thank you.
Questions or comments from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the audience, the virtual audience?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. This is Jason Hand. I will be stepping in momentarily. I do not see any hands at this time.
Planning Commission.
Amy Board with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning to the existing RSA 5 residential single family. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variances for front yard setback and multifamily household living.
Or if we had a proviso for a setback on the third floor, what's the proviso?
Well, we have to have a conversation about that because there were revised plans submitted here. But then the setback would make further changes to the plans, and depending on whether the applicant agreed with that or not, or was going to appeal it, that kind of complicates things.
I mean, I
But-
understand where the applicant is. I think it's where it needs to
Well,
be.
Mr. Chair, we'll work with
Setback.
Ms. Emerson on providing revised plans based on what I understand the ruling will be.
Right.
And then we can, obviously submit those and you can stamp off on those.
Right, so what we do before the board votes on it, why don't you submit revised plans reflecting the board's request, and then they can look at those and vote at that point. I think that'll be just a little bit cleaner.
Okay.
Right, so we're not going to
We'll
vote.
just hold it for 1 week, should be enough, right?
Unless the architect. So, but my understanding is that the board wants us to set back the third story 8 feet.
Yeah, it's fine.
You
Okay.
need a reference. There's 2 on the block.
Yeah.
They already did it.
Yeah, look, I know where you are, but I think it's fair.
Need inspiration.
I think it's fair. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
We can
We'll work through
discuss,
it.
yeah.
And sir, thank you for staying here so long. I saw you sitting there all day long. I kept saying, did his case get cold? When's he coming on? So thank you very much. And thank you, Alan.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Right. Okay, we're going to take a two. All right. Is there any other cases in the 2 o'clock list that haven't been called?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any hands.
Hey, Alan, one point. Is this a law student you've had with you the last couple of weeks? You didn't introduce him to anybody? I mean, you come in week after week with him, you don't ever say, this is who he is? I noticed.
Mike, we discussed
Say
you over
what you-
coffee
say
this
stop.
morning, okay?
Oh, great. There you go. Congratulations. I've seen you come in week after week, and I said, when's Alan's going to introduce us? All right, thank you. And where's all the students from in the back there? Penn
There's
too?
some more of them.
Oh, my God, there's all these Penn students in here. Thank you. All right, we're going to take a 2-minute break. 2 minute, then we'll be back. Can't make it with a fucking one. Stop that.
My thing was you get the setback. You can have the setback and, the deck or no setback and no deck.
I mean, well, here's the process. These two houses right here are setback.
Yeah.
And his is going to be right here, so.
I'm saying it don't
Yeah.
be. Just go with a one bedroom.
And but who approved that under monstrosity there?
Probably you.
I think that was probably when it was RM1, when it came up by
RM1.
right. But it's all changed.
Okay, all right. Cause I mean, that one is like, oh my goodness, just totally out of scale.
Yeah.
No setback, no, you know.
I knew it had to be a horse, so he's been with Allendale for like 5 weeks. We're going to start. Ready? Okay, here we go. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing this meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
our Board Secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Michael Johns. He's here.
Hans, President, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member
President,
Taya
can you hear me?
Wynn,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
our Board Member Ryan McAdams. We hear you now, Michael.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Also present is our attorney, Hillary Emerson, our zoning board director, Ian Haggerty, and our board administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. Recording of this hearing will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote capabilities. Whether remote or in person, if you're called to speak, you must state and spell your name and then wait to be sworn in. Once you've been sworn in, please state your name each time before beginning your testimony. Any person may enter the appearance to become an interested party to a case. There are 3 ways to enter your appearance. You can identify the case property address on the Zoom webinar. You can see a staff member, or you can call the ZBA appearance line by the close of business tomorrow. Call 267-270-5548. Leave a message that includes your email address and the address of the property of the appeal case. The following guidance is for our remote attendees. When directed, You must raise your virtual hand in order to be recognized to speak. Second, if you're called to testify, you'll be prompted to join as a panelist. Please accept the request and turn on your camera. Third, the webinar Q&A is for questions about the hearing. Do not comment on the cases in the Q&A. Fourth, if you're participating by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. Let's take a look at our schedule for today. See your number. Okay. Number 4, MI 2023-002 106 7401 Edmund Street. That case is continued, attorney moving party. Number 5, MI 2023-002 607 3336 North 17th Street. This is a joint continuance. Case is continued until July 8th at 3:30. And number 6, MI 2024-003 936 8132 Lister Street. That case is continued, attorney moving party. Let's look at, we have a few cases without our exhibits. Oh, the withdrawals. Oh, it's even better. Okay. So number 1, MI 2021-003 878 6015 to 35 North Fifth Street. That case has been withdrawn. Number 2, MI 2022-004 033 2235 Cecil B. Moore Avenue. That case has been withdrawn. And number 3, MI 2023-00084 2007 South 10th Street. That case has been withdrawn. Is there anyone in the audience whose case has not been called?
Mr. Chair, this is Jason Hand. I do not see any hands raised.
Oh, thank you, Jason. I got scared. I thought you had a hand for me there. I was going to say, what is that? Thank you, everyone. Thank you for a great day. And I think we just set a record if you're interested. Lakeisha, did we
Yes,
just
we
have a
did.
record? Lakeisha, is this a record? I don't know this early. It's like 4:30. Thank you, guys. Thank you.